Happy Budget Day to my fellow colleagues. I call to order today's meeting of the Boston City Council. Viewers can watch the council meeting live on YouTube at boston.gov/city-council-TV. At this time, I ask my colleagues and those in the audience to please silence their cell phones and electronic devices. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, also birthday man, more on that later. Will you please call the roll to ascertain the presence of a quorum?
Councilor Braden. Here. Councilor Coletta. Councilor Durkin. Here. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Here. Councilor Fitzgerald. Here. Councilor Flynn. Here. Councilor Louisiane.
Here.
Councilor Mejia. Here. Councilor Murphy. Here. Councilor Pepin. Here. Councilor Santana. Here. Councilor Weber. Here. And Councilor Worrell. Here. A quorum is present.
Thank you. I've been informed by the clerk that a quorum is present. I want to start by acknowledging the professionalism and quick response of our Boston police officers and Boston Municipal Protective Services last Friday. Their actions during the incident here at City Hall was demonstrated a high level of professionalism, bravery, and commitment to our city, and they managed to ensure the safety of all present and minimalized any harm. We applaud them and their exemplary display of duty and care, so thank you, and they deserve our deepest appreciation and respect. I would also like to wish everyone and those celebrating an Eid Mubarak as the end of the Ramadan season for our Muslim residents. I feel so much gratitude for the opportunity to join community iftars or the breaking of the fast throughout Ramadan and learn about various traditions that many hold so dearly. Sharing meals and experience with members of the Muslim community has been a source of joy and camaraderie. As we celebrate Eid al-Fitr, let's cherish the memories of these gatherings and continue to embrace the diversity of Ramadan and Eid traditions, as well as the vibrancy of the Muslim community here in Boston. It's so important that we are intentionally fostering a deeper understanding and appreciation for one another's culture and customs. So Eid Mubarak to all. Now it is my pleasure to introduce this week's clergy, Father Tom Conway from St. Anthony Shrine, invited by Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, would you like to come up with your clergy? Mr. Clerk, will you please add Councilor Coletta here as present for the record? And a reminder, I would ask all councilors and colleagues to rise at the time of invocation, and after the invocation, please remain standing as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilor Flynn, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor for me to invite Father Tom Conway from St. Anthony Shrine to deliver our prayer today. Father Tom has been a Franciscan friar since 1987, is the executive director of St. Anthony Shrine on Arch Street. He also has served on the board of St. Francis House on Boylston Street since 2013. Aside from being in the clergy, he also holds a PhD in accounting from the University of Maryland and served as a professor and dean at Siena College in New York. Father Conway and St. Anthony Shrine have been doing wonderful, important work in our community. The Shrine has very strong partnerships with many organizations, with the Boston Police, Boston Health Care for the Homeless, Sisters of St. Joseph, Harvard University, many law firms as well. They also have a long history of providing confidential services, confession, counseling, spiritual direction, grief support. They help the most troubled people on the downtown streets, including those who have fallen through the cracks in the downtown social service network. And before I introduce them, I do have the opportunity every month to join Father Conway. They have an outreach program for homeless veterans and for veterans at New England Center for Veterans, and they have a wonderful lunch, but also they provide services there for them. But Father Conway doesn't forget our veterans. He doesn't forget our seniors, people in need, people in recovery. It's an honor to have you here today, Father. Welcome.
Thank you. So the Franciscan thing is to pay attention to people who are left out or on the sidelines of either society or the church. So divorced, remarried people, LGBT community, especially the homeless. We have a medical clinic for homeless women, and we try to deal with the most troubled, the most difficult cases. And so it's a complete privilege to be here. Thank you for inviting me. So let us pray. God of many names, we thank you for the gifts of our lives and the gifts of your love. We ask you to grant all a vision of the city of Boston as your love would have it, a city where the weak are protected and strengthened, a city where the riches of your creation and wisdom are shared and enjoyed by all, a city where people of all races, cultures, creeds live in mutual respect and reverence, a city where peace is built with justice and justice is guided with love. Give us the inspiration, the courage, the will, and the wisdom to build this city and maintain it. Be our light in a world sometimes darkened by war and conflict. Illumine the darkness of our hearts and grant us a right faith, a certain hope, a perfect love, sense and knowledge, Lord, that we may do your holy and true command. Amen.
Amen.
We will now recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much, Father Conway, for that prayer over this body and for our city. We have a few presentations. We are now on to presentations. We'll first have the Peace Institute, and then we will have all of our wonderful student city champions. So we're so happy to have you in the building. And we are so excited for the work of the Peace Institute in our city, helping to really heal those suffering from violence and living with trauma. So I am going to call up Councilor Orrell, who is going to bring up Pace McConkey Jr. from the Louis D. Brown Peace Institute, and then followed by that, our student athletes. Councilor Orrell, you now have the floor in 5 minutes.
I also want to invite up Councilor Fitzgerald, Councilor Mejia, and Councilor Santana to join me. And also Pace. I wanted to propose this resolution that commemorates the legacy of Louis D. Brown, a young visionary who dedicated his life to peace and civic engagement. Born on April 13th, which should be a national holiday, 1978. It's also my birthday, that's why I say that. Louis embodied the spirit of hope and activism, inspiring to become the first black president of the United States. Throughout his short life, Louis advocated tirelessly for violence prevention, believing that true peace required the active participation of individuals from all walks of life. His legacy lives on through the Louis D. Brown Peace Institute, founded by his parents, Joseph and Clementina Cherry, which commemorates 30 years of healing, teaching, and support to families affected by violence this year. In honor of Louis' enduring legacy, I urge the City Council to declare April 13th, 2024, as the second annual Louis D. Brown Day of Civic Engagement. Let us honor Louis' memory and recommit ourselves to the pursuit of peace and social justice. Want to see if any of my colleagues would like to say a few words? Councilor Mejia?
Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to acknowledge that Tina and I were neighbors when Lewis was taken away from us, and so not only just making this about civic engagement, but understanding his legacy. He was working at Teens Against Gang Violence when he was gunned down, and I think that that really speaks volumes to what this work is all about. So I just want to congratulate the Louis D. Brown Peace Institute for all of your work and how much you work in healing families who are still dealing with unresolved homicides. So lots of love and here for all of it. Congratulations, Louis D. Brown Institute.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Councilor Worrell and Councilor Fitzgerald, for offering this resolution and including me as a co-sponsor. It's been an honor to learn about Louis D. Brown's life and his legacy. Louis's dedication to bringing peace to his community and to our world through a personal commitment to civic engagement reminds me of some of the other people who inspired me to where I am today, including other black men and boys like Louis, who saw struggles and violence in their community and felt the call to take action to be part of the solution. Like Louis, I've lost friends and community members to gun violence, young boys and men who were taken from us in tragedy. Each time our community experiences that trauma, there is both the pain of the loss and the difficult reminder that it could have been any of us in our community. Our lives are all connected together. And it wasn't to gun violence, but the biggest trauma to my family and to me was losing my brother in 2016 to a car crash. That loss was senseless and it brought deep pain. And yet it also clarified my vision. I saw greater purpose in my life. I saw the need to live a life that would honor my brother and my family. It became a part of the path that led me to where I am today. It transforms us when some light can come out of the darkness of loss. And suffering the darkest of losses 31 years ago, Louis's parents, Joseph and Clementia Cherry, fought the light and created the Peace Institute to help others learn how to deal with murder, trauma, grief, and loss. The work of the Peace Institute to support the survivors of homicide victims has touched so many families over the last 30 years, and the Institute has grown to offer support for so many others in our community to heal and to recover regardless of the circumstances. A little light growing stronger with each life touched until the whole world is brighter, all from the glow that started with one. I believe the Peace Institute has truly embodied the legacy of Louis D. Brown, and I'm honored to join my colleagues in asking that we celebrate and share that inspiring legacy by recognizing April 13th as the Louis D. Brown Day of Civic Engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to sponsor, Councilor Worrell, for allowing me to co-sponsor on this. I'm proud to have the Louis D. Brown Peace Institute in District 3, a place I've visited many times, and each time you go there, you come back inspired, you come back wanting to do more for your community, for others, and I know what a resource you guys are to the city of Boston. I don't think folks understand how much we lean on them for the healing and the trauma, to take care of the trauma that occurs in our city, and how much we call upon them to assist us in helping our citizens and our constituency heal, so that we make sure that hurt people no longer hurt people, right? And so it's an honor, and I can't wait for the 13th, and it being the Louis D. Brown Peace Institute Day of Civic Engagement. So thank you all.
Wow, thank you all for this this moment of recognition for the Louis D. Brown Peace Institute. It's a proud moment. The Peace Institute's been around in the city of Boston for 30 years now, being integral to the city's response when instances of violence happen in city neighborhoods. We have a lot of traditions at the Peace Institute that are 30 years old. The Louis D. Brown Day of Civic Engagement is a newer tradition. We're excited to celebrate the second annual this year. When we were talking as a team at the Peace Institute about how we can observe Louis's birthday, April 13th, and honoring his life and honoring his legacy, we thought about a couple different scenarios. But ultimately, we decided that April 13th shouldn't be a day off, but a day on, where we gather in community and engage in civic engagement and political practice that improves the life of those impacted by violence in our neighborhoods. Louis believed that peace could only be achieved by his generation, us working collaboratively with young people to to foster peace in our community. So I think it's really beautiful to see how many young people are in this room today. Lewis lost his life at 15, which was tragic, but his legacy lives on, and it betters his community day by day. So we're so deeply excited about this year's Day of Civic Engagement. We'll be gathering survivors that have had that shared experience of losing a loved one to homicide, gathering providers of care, first responders, and other community advocates in a day of civic engagement where we'll be engaging in art activation in the morning and then have a workshop in the afternoon. And we're really focusing that workshop on how we can use our own stories and our own personal narratives to be a part of the political process and be a part of solution making here in the city of Boston when it comes to experiencing violence. Again, thank you to Councilor Worrell, Councilor Fitzgerald, and those that have contributed to making this resolution possible and for this moment of recognition. And I know that today is a busy day on the docket, and we are always appreciative of those on this council that advocate for the Peace Institute as an essential service provider in the city of Boston when it comes to funding and when it comes to policy and support. So thank you for this.
Can all my colleagues join us for a quick picture?
Yeah. Thank you again to the Peace Institute, to PACE, to everyone, to Clementina Sherry for all the work that you do on behalf of the city. We are now on to our student athlete champions. So we have 4 schools and we have 4 groups that we want to bring up. And I'm going to first start with the Charlestown High School boys basketball team, invited by Councilor Coletta. Yeah, every single one of you is talking. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, so it's going to be the coach and captain. Okay, so coach and captain, you can join me up top here. We get Coach Hugh up here, the Invenerable. So, and then the captain as well too. Say a few words. Whoever wants to say a few words. Yeah. All right, everybody. I'm so thrilled to kick this incredible day off here. I'm ecstatic to be honoring our Division III state basketball champions, Charlestown High School, everybody. Coach Hugh Coleman, along with his incredible coaching staff and this dynamic and talented team, have brought home Charlestown's first title since 2005. Wow. 2005. On behalf of Charlestown and the entire city of Boston, we are so proud to celebrate your achievement, which could only happen with your hard work, determination, and teamwork, as well as the support and love, of course, of your coaches and family. And I have to give a shout out to the support system around this team. It is truly a marvel and a beautiful thing to witness. It includes former Charlestown students, like their coach, who graduated in a year I won't say, maybe he will, family members, including nephews and nieces, and they even have a team grandma. She goes by the name Mommy Charlene. Did I get that right? Yeah. Mommy Charlene, who could not be with us here today due to a recent loss in the family. But she was integral to this team. She was there every single game cheering them on, and I heard even washing their jerseys, helping out in that way too.
And so there's just been an immense outpouring of love around this team. And so I can say, because I'm a little biased, that there's no more deserving team coaching staff in school community than Charlestown High to get this honor and to get this title. So congratulations again, and I'll pass it over to Coach Hugh Coleman.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta. Thank you, everyone, for having us. City Council, thank you for having us here. Would like to say, really would like to give thanks to God, honestly, for this amazing opportunity this day for us to be here together. It brings back a lot of memories for me for many reasons. First, I want to say that I graduated from Charlestown High School in 1997. I was a senior. Born and raised here in Boston my entire life. I went through Boston Public Schools. My mom was a single mom of 9 kids. I was the second oldest, and I became a role model and a big responsibility to help my mom at a very young age. I ended up, I lived in Dorchester at the time, but I got assigned through the process of BPS to Charlestown High School, and it was one of the greatest blessings of my life. I met my high school basketball coach, Coach O'Brien, who just at that time in my life, I needed a mentor. I needed someone to sort of guide me, and he helped me to focus on taking control of the things that I can control in my life and making the best of it. I graduated, was able to go to Bowdoin College, which was a phenomenal experience. And then I came back to Charlestown when I graduated from Bowdoin to be a teacher and a coach because my experience in college and looking around and not seeing many young men of color and not many young men from the city, city kids. And that inspired me to want to come back and to do the same for those folks. And 1997, Coach O'Brien's guidance and leadership, I really became a student athlete. I was the first student from the city of Boston to get the Massachusetts Athletic Student Athlete Award in the state of Massachusetts. I was asked to come to City Council back then in '97 to be honored on June 27th as Hugh Coleman Day for making such an accomplishment and representing the city. So me, I sit here in front of the City Council as pure representation of what you mean to our city and to the youth and to young folks who do go through very difficult things that are uncontrollable, but through the resources and the support and the work that you do, someone finds their way out, but also finds their way back. And my journey of really understanding what it means to be a student athlete, what it means to be a mentor and to be a light and to be an influence to our young people who go through the same type of trials and tribulations that we wouldn't expect for a young person to go through. But what it means when we can give that support to them. And we use the game of basketball just like my coach used the game of basketball to teach us. And so for me, our core values for these young men are to be good people, I like to say godly people, to be good student athletes, students, and it doesn't mean just get good grades, but it means give your best effort. We love the sports that we play. We wake up early, we stay late to be champions on the court, on the ice, on the field, and our core value is to ask them to give that same effort in the classroom. And so out of 15 of our student athletes represented here, 9 of them have made the honor roll at Seatown throughout the year. And they are very much role models, and they're going to be the first, many of them may be the first in their families to go to college and to represent that. And also, my last piece here is talking about full circle. Coming back to the city, and being a product and being able to go to college, I chose to have my son attend Charlestown High School and, go through this process as well. And he is a phenomenal student athlete. He's a 4.0 student at the school. A phenomenal role model. And, he was responsible, one of the guys responsible for leading us to the city and the state championship this year. So once again, I definitely want to thank you, Councilor Coletta, and to the City Council. Again, I'm a living example of your hard work and your dedication and you all and the work that you do to pour into our young people. So thank you for this great opportunity. And congratulations to Boston Latin, congratulations to New Mission, Josiah Upper Quincy, and I know our Cathedral girls are not here, but our state champions from the city of Boston representing the city very well.
So very quickly, I will present this official resolution. I have one for Charlestown High, but I have one for everybody here, so please make sure to come see me afterwards. I have them on my desk over there. But this is an official resolution. Be it resolved that the Boston City Council extends its congratulations to Charlestown High School in recognition of winning the Division III Massachusetts State Championship. And be it further resolved that the Boston City Council extends its best wishes for continued success, and that this resolution be duly signed by the President of the City Council and attested to and a copy thereof transmitted by the Clerk of the City of Boston. Congratulations. Does everybody want to join us for a photo?
Next time. Thank you. Thank you. Awesome. Thanks, everyone.
We're so lucky to have you.
Right there. No, it's all good. It's all good. Congratulations again. Congratulations again. Thank you to all the coaches, the players. I know some of y'all were shy, but we are just so proud of you all for being just such exceptional student athletes. Next up, and once you come up, we also have the pizza for you back in your room. So if you want to go back and get pizza, you're also welcome to stay for as long as you'd like to see the other presentations. I'd like to welcome up Councilor Pepin, who is here to honor our boys at New Mission. Councilor Pepin, you have the floor.
Oh yeah, gotta hold that trophy up. Awesome. Hold that trophy high. Awesome. All right, good afternoon, all. You know, for me, it's a great honor to introduce you all Division V State Championship New Mission Titans boys basketball team. it's no coincidence that they won the Division 5 and that their District 5 council gets to introduce them. But for me, it really is an honor to look at this team behind me because that school is the pride and joy of Hyde Park. It's literally right in the center of my district, right in the heart of District 5. And to see that team come together and just being a student athlete myself in BPS and understanding what it means to come to work together and to go out to up in Lowell and bring pride back to the city, that means a lot. And yes, the school is in Hyde Park, but these students represent the entire city. And that to me brings joy because Boston is known as a city of champions, but it's not just the Red Sox or the Celtics, the Bruins and the Patriots. It's the BPS and its new mission. That's right. So I'm proud to introduce you here today. But I want to be short. I do want to give an opportunity to the coaches to say a few words, and if there's a captain that wants to say a few words, because today is about you. So Coach Clayton, I would love to introduce you up to the podium.
How's everybody doing? Eid Mubarak to everybody. I'm Coach Clayton. I've been coaching for the last 2 years. I was going to give a speech, but I think this is more important for the backbone of our program, Malcolm Smith, to give the speech about our team, so I'll let him speak.
That's very kind of him. I just wanted to say that we're very proud of this team here. Extremely proud. And before I go on, I want to say congratulations to Josiah Quincy, Charlestown High School, and Cathedral in Boston Latin. It's remarkable that we were able to get all this done with all city teams this year, because I think this is the first time that it's ever been done. So I just want to say that. One of the great jobs that Coach Clayton and I do is the fact is that we let these young men know at the end of the day it's just sports now, okay? And as hard as it may sound, no one's going to the NBA, all right? You know what I mean? But this is sports. But with this, it encompasses a lot, all right? This basketball, which gets a negative, wicked stereotype, you know what I mean, is instrumental in a lot of inner city young black man and brown lives. It opens doors for them, such as myself. It's got me jobs. It's got me college. It's everything else. So, that's one of the things that we try to do at Preach to this is that although it is sports, you got to make the best out of this. You got to use this to your full ability. And this team here, I'm just going to be straight honest, and I want every team here, everybody else who's going on to play sports or you're returning, the reason that we wanted here, we had a character change. And I'll be honest with you, once these guys decide that we're going to change our character, nothing horrific, they ain't bad kids, pain in the behinds, but once they wanted to change that character, we went on rolling on a 9-game winning streak, and that was that. So, to take this lesson out of life, the character means everything. It means everything. And once these young men behind here put that into gear, we're gone. We're gone. And I tell you, it's still a phenomenal feat to get the state champion, because I still drive around, scream out, state champion. You know what I mean? I'll be honest with you. Because this is something I've been in this game for too long, and that's why Coach Clayton took over. He brought us to the promised land, but that's one thing that can never get taken from you for the rest of your life is being a state champion. So I really want to say all this crew behind us, they worked for it, they earned it, and that's for sure, they definitely earned it. So I want to say congratulations, New Mission High School 2023-24 state champions.
Now I'll just read this proclamation really quickly. Be it resolved that the Boston City Council extends its congratulations to New Mission Titans boys basketball team in recognition of your outstanding teamwork and dedication in winning the 2024 MIAA Division 5 State Championship. May the team continue to reach new heights and goals in and off the court. Congratulations.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jamari Tony Simmons, and first I would like to thank God for everything that He's put this team through. He's developed many things, a part of this team, a family one, a brotherhood. We've come far as a team since freshmen, most of the team, as the senior crew. since freshmen, some of us not being able to play varsity, still sticking with it. My guy Musa not making the team first year. Zach not getting the best of the minutes, but still playing the hardest. It just shows that we all have a certain amount of discipline and love for this game.
Can I invite my colleagues up for a picture?
With the trophies. Yep. Come on up. Want to make sure. They gotta see the champions. They gotta see the trophies though.
Oh, Mike.
Yeah. Thank you. Congratulations, Jeff.
That was a fair speech. You just got to know how to do it all.
No one more. I want to start every council meeting with champions. Isn't this great? Awesome. Okay, next we're going to call up Councilor Flynn, who is going to introduce our Josiah Quincy Upper Schools girls wrestlers who won their title. So please come on up. And with the coach Nairi, please come on up. I want to give a big shout out to all of our student athletes, and particularly as we see that women, there's a place for our young girls in sports, and I want to shout out again Coach and Jose Valenzuela, who have really been building BPS's wrestling program. So.
I have the opportunity and the honor to welcome and to recognize the Essence Tucker and Jaylene Kristen Edmonds from Josiah Quincy Upper School, the girls wrestling team, which is located in Chinatown and on the border of the Bay Village, for their tremendous achievement at the MIAA Girls Wrestling State Championship, winning Division State 2 title in their respective weight classes. We want to applaud your determination, drive, and commend the way you competed and believed in yourself. We are so proud of you. We are proud of these young women, the incredible contributions they're making to their school, to their community, to their sport, through discipline, hard work, and excellence. Congratulations.
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I'd like to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for giving me the strength that I needed to endure that winter season. It definitely was not an easy one, but it was worth it. I'd like to thank BPS Athletics for allowing me to have the opportunity to coach this sport. I'd like to thank my school and my heads of school from Josiah Quincy Upper School for giving me the opportunity to teach and coach back in the community that I once learned and wrestled in. I'd also like to thank my high school coaches, Malcolm Mitchell and Timothy Kelleher, for introducing me to the sport and coaching me through my high school and middle school years. Lastly, I'd like to thank Beat the Streets New England for their continued support during the season, after the season, helping us develop our wrestlers so they can achieve these great accomplishments. On behalf of Josiah Quincy Upper School, I'd like to grant another congratulations to our two wrestlers who won our first state titles in school history. Can we just have a round of applause? As an alumni of the school, I totally and truly, and of the wrestling team, I truly do understand what it's like to sweat, to have to do the grind, balance your academics, all of it. I really do understand what that's like. And I'm glad to say that you guys are better than me. Can we have a quick round of applause for our wrestlers as well? Okay? Okay? Absolutely. And while we love having our hands raised at the end of matches, we love getting on the podiums at the tournaments and receiving our medals, we understand that as athletes, as coaches, that it's really not about that, right? That's not what we do it for. We do it for the growth in integrity. We do it for the growth in consistency and confidence, which they've been able to see this entire season. As the Hall of Fame coach once said, Cale Sanderson, coach at Penn State, unless you continually work, evolve, and innovate, you'll learn a quick and painful lesson from someone who has. This season, both of you guys were able to teach all of your opponents, almost all of your opponents, that lesson. So can we give them one more quick round of applause? Okay. So as this sport, it's a small sport. It can be teams can win a state championship and individuals can win a state championship at the same time. But as this sport is growing throughout the city of Boston, I just want to shout out a few other wrestlers from the city of Boston that have notable achievements in MIAA. Firstly, we'd like to shout out Boston Latin Schools for their dual county league championship. Can we get a round of applause for them as well? We'd also like to shout out their star, Eric Powers, for finishing second in Division I this year. Let's get a quick round of applause for Eric Powers, please. Also, we want to shout out Boston Latin Academy for having their first Division II state finalist this year in Anju Liang. Can we just get a quick round of applause? And lastly, I just want to shout out all the state champions that are here today. I see some of you guys. I taught some of you guys when I was at Up Academy, which is good to see some of you guys winning these state championships and showing that growth. And also, we want to shout out all the other athletes that are in Boston striving for gold, right? All of us being here really does show that not only is it possible, but there's surely and certainly more to come. Thank you guys for having us today. Can we have one more quick round of applause for our Boston athletes?
Could our colleagues please join us for a photo?
Next, I'm invited to invite up Councilor Flynn and Fitzgerald and myself to honor the Boston Latin School hockey team, my alma mater. We are so proud of you. And I also know this is Councilor Durkin's district, so yes. But they've been in the back, so they're trophy comes up here. Come up here.
Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of my colleagues, I'd like to congratulate the 2024 Division II state champions, Boston Latin. With head coach Frank Woods, assistant coach Charlie Levin, Brian Millett, Ryan Doherty, Mitch Mortali, the athletic director Jack Owens, the headmaster Jason Gallagher. The 11th ranked Wolfpack had a thrilling come-from-behind 4-2 victory on St. Patrick's Day against the #1 seed and rival Tewksbury in front of a packed crowd at the Boston Garden, scoring 3 goals in the last 4 minutes to win a furious game. Latin kids showed their heart and mental toughness, winning 10 out of their last 11 games. I'd also like to congratulate the Wolfpack alumni who are enjoying this celebration as well. Many here are in the audience. But most importantly, it's the players that contributed so much, working together during difficult times, supporting each other, being there for each other, student athletes, future leaders of Boston like the kids from Charlestown and the kids from Josiah Quincy. But we're proud of these Boston Latin kids like we're proud of all of these other city kids. I do want to say congratulations. We're honored to have you here. I'd like to ask the coach to please come up and offer greetings as well.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. I want to just thank the council for having us here today and recognize the other championship teams from the city. Extremely proud of these young men behind me and the coaching staff who support these young guys. It was mentioned before that we had a great run at the end of the year, but our season was not an easy one. We came through a lot of adversity, a lot of significant injuries to our players, but these players behind me really scrapped, fought, and clawed their way all the way through the season, including that final game at the Garden against the #1 team in the state in our division. They just outlasted, out-toughed, and out-willed that team, and that's why they're champions. We're very proud to represent high school hockey in the city of Boston, and we're very proud to represent Latin School and the alumni who support what goes on in that building every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach. And I do want to ask my colleagues if you would join us for a photo. And I also want to recognize my Chief of Staff, Charlie Levin, the assistant coach of the hockey team.
Emily, can we take his phone? Jack, you can give Emily. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Go Wolfpack. I trained her well. Awesome, thank you. Be heavy, be careful, all right?
Congratulations, guys. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. 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 Welcome to the council, guys. Congratulations. Nice to have you. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you again to everyone for being here, to Charlestown, New Mission, Josiah Quincy Upper, Boston Latin School. We had basketball, hockey, and wrestling represented. That is such a beautiful thing, and we want to celebrate you all every year. So congratulations again. Pizza awaits you back in your room, so please make sure you have the pizza we got for you, and then get back to school. No, they have to go back to school. We are now on to the first order of business, which is the approval of the minutes from the meeting of April 13, 2024. All in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The minutes of the last meeting are approved. We are now on to communications from Her Honor the Mayor. Mr. Clerk, would you please read dockets number 0670 through number 0680?
Docket number 0670, message in order for annual appropriation and tax order for fiscal year 2025, filed in the office of the city clerk on April 8, 2024. Docket number 0671, Message in order for annual appropriation for the school department for fiscal year 2025, filed in the office of the city clerk on April 8th, 2024. Docket number 0672, message in order of approving an appropriation for $40 million to the other post-employment benefits, also known as OPEB, liability trust fund, established under Section 20 of the Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 32B, filed in the office of the city clerk on April 8th, 2024. Docket number 0673, message in order approving an appropriation of $4 million from the city's capital grant fund to address the impact of transportation networks services on municipal roads, bridges, and other transportation infrastructure, or any other public purpose substantially related to the operation of transportation network services in the city. Such funds will be transferred and credited to the capital grant fund from revenue received from the Commonwealth Transportation Infrastructure Enhancement Trust Fund, filed in the office of the city clerk on April 8th, 2024. Docket number 0674, message in order approving an appropriation of $29,780,000 from the city's capital grant fund in order to provide funding for various transportation and public realm improvements. The funds shall be credited to the capital grant fund from the parking meter fund, filed in the office of the city clerk on April 8th, 2024. Docket number 0675, message in order authorizing an appropriation order in the amount of $1,850,000 from the surplus property disposition fund credited to the capital fund for planning, design, construction for projects, the Lafayette Garage and border resilience projects, filed in the office of the city clerk on April 8th, 2024. Docket number 0676, message in order for your approval an appropriation order in the amount of $184,780,000 for various capital improvement purposes for city departments, including the Boston Center for Youth and Families, Boston Housing Authority, Boston Planning and Development Agency, Boston Public Library, Environment, Fire, Mayor's Office of Housing, Office of Arts and Culture, Parks and Recreation, Police, Property Management, Public Works, and the Transportation Departments. Docket number 0677. Message in order authorizing an appropriation order in the amount of $240,375,000 for the various capital improvement purposes for the Boston Public Schools. Docket number 0678. Message in order for your approval, an order authorizing the City of Boston to enter into one or more leases, lease purchase, or installment sales agreements in fiscal year 2025 in an amount not to exceed $40 million. These funds are to be used by various city departments for the acquisition of equipment in furtherance of their respective governmental functions. The list of equipment includes computer equipment, hardware and software, motor vehicles and trailers, ambulances, firefighting equipment, office equipment, telecommunications equipment, photocopying equipment, medical equipment, school and educational equipment, school buses, parking meters, street lighting, installation, traffic signal equipment, and equipment functionally related to and components of the foregoing. Docket number 0679. Message in order authorizing an appropriation of $1,300,000 from the income of the George Francis Parkman Fund. The funds are to be expended under the direction of the Commissioner of Parks and Recreation for the maintenance and improvement of the Boston Common and parks in existence since January 12, 1887. Docket number 0680. Message in order approving an appropriation of $4,400,000 from the 21st Century Fund, also known as the Public Educational or Governmental PEG Access and Cable Related Fund pursuant to Section 53F 3/4 of Chapter 44 of the General Laws to the PEG Access and Cable Related Grant for cable-related purposes, consistent with the franchise agreement between the cable operator and the city, including but not limited to supporting public educational government access cable TV services, monitoring compliance of cable operator with the franchise agreement, or preparation of renewal of the franchise license.
Thank you. Dockets number 0670 through 0680 will be referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0681?
Docket number 0681, message and order approving an appropriation of $1,568,348 for the administrative and operating expenses of the City of Boston Community Preservation Committee for the fiscal year 2024, and a further appropriation order in the amount of $33,773,783 from the Community Preservation, also known as the Fund, estimated annual revenues for fiscal year 2025, to be appropriated and reserved for future appropriation.
Thank you. Docket number 0681 will be referred to the Committee on Community Preservation. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0682?
Docket number 0682, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend a grant from Eversource valued in the amount not to exceed $10 million. Grant includes the value of rebates and equipment for the purpose of promoting energy efficiency and energy savings to various public buildings and infrastructure projects.
Thank you. Docket number 0682 will be referred to the Committee on Environmental Justice, Resiliency, and Parks. Mr. Clerk, would you please read dockets number 0683 through 0694?
One second. Docket number 0683, message and order authorizing a limit for the Law Department revolving fund for fiscal year 2025 to purchase goods and services for repairs to city property. This revolving fund shall be funded from receipts from recoveries for damages to city property caused by third parties. The Law Department will be the only unit authorized to expend from the fund, and such expenditures shall be capped at $300,000. Docket number 0684, message and order authorizing a limit for the Mayor's Office of Tourism revolving fund for fiscal year 2025 to purchase goods and services to support events and programming on and around City Hall Plaza to advance tourism and promote participation in public celebrations, civic and cultural events. This revolving fund shall be funded by receipts from payments for the use of City Hall Plaza pursuant to City of Boston Code Ordinance 11-7.14. The Mayor's Office of Tourism will be the only unit authorized to expend from the fund, and such expenditures shall be capped at $150,000. Docket number 0685, message and order authorizing a limit for the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture revolving fund for fiscal year 2025 to purchase goods and services to support the operation of the Strand Theater. This revolving fund shall be funded by receipts from rental fees for the use of Strand Theater. The Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture will be the only unit authorized to expend from the fund, and such expenditures shall be capped at $150,000. Docket number 0686, message and order authorizing a limit for the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture revolving fund for fiscal year 2025 to purchase goods and services to support public art to enhance the public realm throughout the City of Boston. This revolving fund shall be funded by receipts from easements within the public way granted by the Public Improvement Commission. The Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture will be the only unit authorized to expend from the fund, and such expenditures shall be capped at $800,000. Docket number 0687, message and order authorizing a limit for the Distributed Energy Resource Revolving Fund for fiscal year 2025 to facilitate the purchase of offsets of greenhouse gas emissions, which shall be associated with a portion of the electricity consumed by the city annually, and to operate, maintain, monitor, and expand the city's existing solar arrays and Boston Public Schools combined heat and power facilities. This revolving fund shall be credited with any and all receipts from the sale of renewable and alternative energy certificates and demand response program revenues produced by combined heat and power units located at Boston Public School sites and solar renewable energy certificates produced by the city's photovoltaic arrays. Receipts and resulting expenditures from this fund shall not exceed $175,000. Docket number 0688, message and order authorizing a limit for the Environmental Conservation Commission revolving fund for fiscal year 2025 for the purpose of securing outside consultants, including engineers, wetland scientists, wildlife biologists, and other experts in order to aid in the review of the proposed projects to the Commission. Per the city's ordinance protecting local wetland and promoting climate change adaptation. The revolving fund shall be funded by receipts from fees imposed by the Commission for the purpose of securing outside consultants. The Environment Department will be the only department authorized to expend from the fund, and such expenditures shall be capped at $50,000. Docket number 0689. Message and order authorizing a limit for the Boston Centers for Youth and Families revolving fund for fiscal year 2025 to pay salaries and benefits of employees and to purchase supplies and equipment necessary to operate the City Hall child care. This revolving fund shall be credited with any and all receipts from tuition paid by parents or guardians for children enrolled at the center. Receipts and resulting expenditures from this fund shall not exceed $900,000. Docket number 0690, message and order authorizing a limit for the Boston Public Schools revolving fund for fiscal year 2025 to repair and purchase Boston Public Schools computer technology, including computers, mobile devices, and instructional software. This revolving fund shall be credited with any and all receipts from equipment sales and repair fees for Boston Public Schools technology. Receipts and resulting expenditures from this fund shall not exceed $1,750,000. Docket number 0691, message and order authorizing limit for the Boston Public Schools revolving fund for fiscal year 2025 to support the maintenance and repair of BPS facilities, including custodial and utility costs for extending building time, floor refinishing, landscaping, and building repairs. Receipts from lease, permit for use, and parking fees for BPS facilities will be deposited in the fund. BPS will be the only unit authorized to expend from the fund, and such expenditures shall not exceed $2 million. Docket number 0692, message and order authorizing a limit for the Boston Public Schools revolving fund for fiscal year 2025 for Boston Public School transportation costs, including bus and public transportation costs. This revolving fund shall be credited with revenue received by Boston Public Schools Department for the provisions of transportation to groups and entities for field trips and activities other than transportation to and from school. Receipts and resulting expenditures from this fund shall not exceed $150,000. Docket number 0693, message and order authorizing a limit for the Boston Police Department revolving fund for fiscal year 2025 to support the K-9 units training program for officers and police dogs from non-City of Boston law enforcement agencies. The Special Operating Division will charge tuition and other fees to outside law enforcement agencies for the K-9 unit. The tuition and other fees by outside agencies will be used to purchase training equipment, certify instructors, update facilities, and provide funds for other training needs not otherwise budgeted. The Special Operations Division will be the only unit authorized to expend from the fund, and such expenditures shall be capped at $125,000. Docket number 0694, message and order authorizing limit for the Boston Police Department revolving fund for fiscal year 2025 to pay salaries and benefits of employees and to purchase supplies and equipment necessary to operate the Police Department Fitness Center. Revenue from this fund is derived from monthly membership fees. Receipts and resulting expenditures from this fund shall not exceed $125,000. Docket number, that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, for that marathon reading. Dockets number I want to make sure I get the starting. Dockets number 0683 through 0694 will be referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. Mr. Clerk, would you please read dockets number 0695?
Docket number 0695, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to expend the amount of $5 million in the form of a grant to provide rapid rehousing services together with wraparound support and recovery services to individuals with a history of homelessness, awarded by the Mass Department of Public Health, to be administered by the Mayor's Office of Housing. The grant will fund state ARPA earmarked Mayor's Office of Housing.
Thank you. Docket number 0695 will be referred to the Committee on Housing and Community Development. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0696?
Docket number 0696, message in order, authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $184,320 in the form of a grant for the American Rescue Plan Act ARPA Home and Community-Based Services funding for Family Caregiver Support Program stipends awarded by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, passed through the Mass Executive Office of Elder Affairs, to be administered by the H. Strong Commission. The grant will fund respite and supplemental services stipends to family caregivers enrolled in an Aging Service Access Points Family Caregiver Support Program.
Thank you. Docket number 0696 will be referred to the Committee on Strong Women, Families, and Communities. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0697?
Docket number 0697, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $15,000 in the form of a grant for the Veterans Heritage Grant Program, awarded by the Secretary of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, to be administered by the City Clerk. The grant will fund the preservation of the history of our Commonwealth's veterans.
Thank you. Docket number 0697 will be referred to the Committee on Veterans, Military Families, and Military Affairs. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0698?
Docket number 0698, message in order for the confirmation of the appointment of Kevin Reedy as a member of the South End Landmark Commission for a term expiring June 30th, 2025.
Thank you. Docket number 0698 will be referred to the Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation. We are now on to reports of public officers and others. Mr. Clerk, would you please read dockets number 0699 through 0701?
Docket number 0699, notice was received from the City Clerk in accordance with Chapter 6 of the Ordinances of 1979, relative to action taken by the Mayor and papers acted upon by the City Council at its meeting of March 20th, 2024. Docket number 0700, notice was received from the City Clerk in accordance with Chapter 6 of the Ordinances of 1979, relative to action taken by the Mayor and papers acted upon by the City Council at its meeting of March 27th, 2024. And docket number 0701, notice was received from the Mayor the appointment of Elliot Laffer as a trustee of the Boston Groundwater Trust for a term expiring April 8th, 2026.
Thank you. Dockets number 0699 through number 0701 will be placed on file. Councilor Durkin?
I'd like to speak on 0701.
Okay, it's placed on file, but yes, you can speak on it.
I was hoping to move for my colleagues to suspend and pass this docket.
Okay, docket number 0701.
Yeah.
No,
Oh, okay, I thought it was on file.
0701.
Okay, Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
Thank you. Elliot Laffer served as the first executive director of the Boston Groundwater Trust. The Boston Groundwater Trust was established by the Boston City Council in 1986 to monitor groundwater level sections in the city where the integrity of building foundations supported by wood pilings is threatened by low groundwater levels. And this plays an essential role in measuring and maintaining proper groundwater levels across the city to ensure the stability of the city's built environment. While the Boston Groundwater Trust numerous observation wells service protection of our built environment across the city through careful measurements of groundwater levels, I am mindful of the especially important role this work plays in the Back Bay, a neighborhood built on landfill, of which Elliot has been such an incredible steward over the past 50 years. We honored him at the City Council before the end of last year, and he served as a member. He is a member, and he formerly served as chair of the Neighborhood Association of the Back Bay, vice chair of the Prue PAC, a citizen member of the steering committee of the Copley Place Project, and so many other initiatives. He is incredibly suited for this position. He served as the Groundwater Trust first executive director and served for many years. So I'd like to forgo the committee process and move to give him this designation today at the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll file it automatically. It's basically already approved, but we could, you know, we could take a voice vote just approving it, but it's on file, and so we approved it.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, all those in favor of acceptance of Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to recognize Elliot, who I had the opportunity to work with for the last 7 years, and I think he'd be a tremendous asset to the commission as well. I was previously a member of this board, and I voluntarily left the board so my colleague, Councilor Durkin, could sit on it per her request. But I also have a large number of residents in my district that are also impacted by groundwater related issues. It's an important issue in District 2, and it's an important issue throughout the city. It's something I've worked on for 7 years. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. All those in favor of acceptance of, I mean, it's placed on file, docket number 071, but if you want a voice vote to approve, 0701. You're fine? Okay, awesome, thank you. We are now on to matters recently heard for possible action. Mr. Clerk, will you please read dockets number 0202 and 0414 together?
Docket number 0202, order for a hearing on addressing and improving fair housing practices in the city of Boston. And docket number 0414, order for a hearing to explore programs the city of Boston offers or could establish to prevent illegal discrimination by landlords and real estate brokers against prospective tenants utilizing housing choice vouchers.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Braden. Councillor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We heard both these dockets the other day. We had a very robust conversation with members of the administration and advocates. 0202 was for addressing and improving fair housing practices in the city of Boston. And also we had the hearing on to establish to explore programs in the city of Boston that would be established to prevent illegal discrimination by landlords and real estate brokers against prospective tenants utilising housing choice vouchers. It was a very robust conversation. These are critically important issues in our housing market at such a difficult time when there's such a high demand, and very often prospective tenants who have vouchers are discriminated against. And so I would move that these two dockets would remain in committee.
Thank you, Councillor Braden. The chair recognizes Councillor Santana. Councillor Santana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to rise and thank all my colleagues for your dedication to addressing housing discrimination here in Boston. I'm honored to serve on this body alongside so many fellow advocates for housing justice. It was truly amazing to have every councillor attend the hearing or reach out about housing choice, voucher discrimination, or fair housing practice here in Boston. As we all know and heard repeated in the hearing, including a lived experience testimony from Nikita Haywood at the very beginning of the hearing, housing discrimination in Boston is widespread. And as one of our panelists put it, Attorney Jacob Love, there's a rampant and shameless discrimination against voucher holders in particular. I think we all went into this hearing knowing the need for more testing programs which proactively root out and stop discrimination, like a secret shopper program, instead of waiting for people to be victims and hoping they report it. But I was especially interested to learn about some specific opportunities to bring a testing program back into the Boston Commission, which would use victim complaints to drive testing and follow up so we can catch and address more of the worst offenders. Multiple panelists and counselors also noted the unusual burden that broker fees in Boston place on our residents. Bostonians often take broker fees as a given, but they're actually very uncommon in other cities. We should dig more into what we can do to reduce the huge cost burden that residents have faced when moving into a new apartment, which not only hurts the ability to afford an apartment, but also puts our most vulnerable residents at a greater risk of financial emergencies. We also learned that national data indicates that housing discrimination based on gender identity and expression, particularly for our trans and gender nonconforming community, is continuing. Suffolk Law conducted a study here in Boston a while back, but we don't have current data. Getting current data would let us take a wider action to identify and end discrimination against our trans siblings. We also learned of opportunities to increase BHA inspectors to ensure responsiveness to residents and ensure residents don't lose apartments, as well as opportunities to fund more enforcement against discrimination, and an opportunity to amend the Boston ordinance that limits the number of days a victim of housing discrimination has to report an incident. My thanks to the panelists and my colleagues, and I look forward to continuing the work on this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Santana, and thank you to the chair for hosting this hearing. As the sponsor for docket number 0414, I'm really encouraged that we continue to have conversations around fair housing. We held a hearing during my first year and during my second year on fair housing issues. I think Executive Director Bob Terrell brings such knowledge to this role, and as we help him through the budget process build out what an ideal Office of Fair Housing and Equity looks like. So I just want to elevate him. I want to thank so many who came, including Whitney Demetrius, who testified with us before here on the council, those from BHA who talked about the work that we need to do to make sure that everyone is able to find a place to call home in the city of Boston. Especially, last Thursday we recognized the assassination. That was the anniversary of the assassination of Dr. King, and a week after his death, we got the Fair Housing Act into law, and there's still so much rampant discrimination in our real estate market for our residents here, just in addition to all of the affordability issues that they face. So I want to thank all of my colleagues for showing up and showing interest, and may that continue in the budget process. Mr. Clerk, would you please read dockets number thank you. Dockets number 0202 and 0414 will remain in committee. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I had the opportunity to attend that meeting, and I know that office is doing exceptional work. I did highlight the fact that that office does not have a member of their staff that speaks Cantonese. There's also a lot of discrimination in my district relating to the Chinese community. I think it's important that our city departments are inclusive, and language and communication access is part of that outreach as well. Councilor Mejia has focused on language and communication access. I just want to make sure that my colleagues understand that we have a large Chinese community in Boston. Many of them speak Cantonese, but I want to make sure that city departments also have Cantonese speaking employees that work there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Dockets number 0202 and number 0414 will remain in committee. Mr. Clerk, would you please read dockets number 0530 through number 0533 and dockets number 0631 and 0632 together?
Docket number 0530, message in order for approval. In order to reduce fiscal year 24 appropriation for the reserve for collective bargaining by $7,767,193. To provide funding for the Boston Police Department for fiscal year 24 increases contained within the collective bargaining agreements between the City of Boston and the Boston Police Detectives Benevolent Society. Docket number 0531. Message in order for a supplemental appropriation order for the Boston Police Department in the amount of $7,767,193 to cover the fiscal year 24 cost items contained within the collective bargaining agreements between the City of Boston and the Boston Police Detectives Benevolent Society. The terms of the contracts are July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2023, and July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2025. The major provisions for the contract include base wage increases of 2%, 1%, and 2.5%. to be given in July of each fiscal year of the contract term. as well as the addition of the transitional career in July 2023. The contract also contains reforms relating to discipline, officer return to duty, paid detail system, and union release, filed in the office of the City Clerk on March 18, 2024. Docket number 0532, message in order for your approval in order to reduce the fiscal 24 appropriation for the reserve for collective bargaining by $34,294 to provide funding for a city department for the fiscal year 24 increases contained within the collective bargaining agreements between the City of Boston and the Office of Professional Employees International Union Local 6. Docket number 0533, message in order for a supplemental appropriation order for the City Department in the amount of $34,294 to cover the fiscal year 24 cost items contained within the collective bargaining agreements between the City of Boston and the Office of Professional Employees International Union Local 6. The terms of the contracts are July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2027. The major provisions of the contract include wage increases of 2% to be given in October of each fiscal year of the contract term, and flat amounts of $500, $250, $900, and $800 to be added to annual salaries in January of each fiscal year, filed in the office of the City Clerk on March 18, 2024.
Oh, sorry, is there one more? Oh, sorry, I was jumping the gun. Go ahead.
Docket number 0631, message in order for your approval in order to reduce fiscal year 24 appropriation for the reserve for collective bargaining by $4,909,838 to provide funding for the Boston Police Department for fiscal year 24 increases contained within the collective bargaining agreements between the City of Boston and the Boston Police Detectives Benevolent Society, Superior Officers Unit, and docket number 0632, message in order for a supplemental appropriation order for the Boston Police Department for fiscal year 24 in the amount of $4,909,838 to cover the fiscal year 24 costs contained within the collective bargaining agreements between the City of Boston and the Boston Police Detectives Benevolent Society, Superior Officers Unit. The terms of the contracts are July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2023, and July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2025. The major provisions of the contract include base wage increases of 2%, 1.5%, 2%, 1%, and 2.5% to be given in July of each fiscal year of the contract term, as well as the addition of the Transitional Career Award Program in July 2023. The contract also contains reforms relating to discipline, officer return to duty, paid detail system, and union release, filed in the office of the City Clerk on April 1st, 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, for another marathon reading. The chair recognizes Councilor Arel. Councilor Arel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. I also want to just thank Donald Casey and the Boston Police Detective Bargaining Committee for joining us here today. The committee held a public hearing on Monday discussing dockets number 0530 to 0533 and 0631 to 0632. From the administration, we had Jim Williamson, City Budget Director, and Renee Bushy, Labor Relations Director. I was also joined by my colleagues, Council President Louis Jen, Councilor Flynn, Councilor Murphy, and Councilor Fitzgerald. Mr. Williamson explained that dockets number 0530, 0532, and 0631 transfer approximately $12.7 million from the reserve for collective bargaining to various departments, reducing the reserve from $76.2 million to $16.7 million due to approved collective bargaining agreements. Ms. Bushy outlined agreements for the Boston Police Department, including reforms to the paid detail system and limits on court time for detectives that mirror many of the agreements in the patrolman's contract that was approved in December. She also discussed contracts for Inspectional Services Department employees, covering wage increases and benefits that are similar to other large citywide union contracts that have recently been approved. It also includes sick and bereavement leave for employees on probation and increasing on-call play. Council has discussed various topics, including BPD officer support, salary raises for crime lab employees, officer family counseling, hiring strategies, education benefits, and pay for National Guard and Reserve officers. The committee also submitted questions from Councilor Murphy regarding city revenues from the pay detail system. And once we receive that information from the administration, we'll make sure that all of our colleagues have that information. As chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, my recommendation is that these matters ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to the chair. I just have a quick clarifying question. I unfortunately did not attend the hearing, and I'm not sure if anyone asked questions regarding the central booking, and I'm wondering which of these dockets have that particular, have jurisdiction under that one, the central booking facility.
Are you asking that question to the chair, to
Yeah.
Councilor Orrell?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Councilor Orrell, would you like to answer that question?
I know that we have a hearing on file that I believe Councilor Fernandez Anderson has filed to discuss central booking. So I know that's something that we're going to be exploring sometime in the future.
Thank you, Councilor Orrell. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I guess I'd like to know, as it relates to these dockets, where would any funding go towards that allocation? I just want to know which docket I'm not going to be voting on. That's why I need to know.
If you'd like to answer that question, Councilor Orrell. Councilor Orrell, you have the floor.
So the advocates did refer to 0531, and I believe it is 0530 on their concerns of central booking.
The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Chair, for bringing this up. But I did ask and had hoped before the vote today that we would have information on how much money details do bring into the city. It goes into the general fund, and it offsets quality of life services like street cleaning, senior programming, and I just want to be clear that details are a revenue stream for our city and brings a lot of money into the general fund. I did talk to the chair before the meeting, so I do know that I will be voting yes today. I'm not blocking the vote at all, but I do want to make sure that when we ask questions at hearings that the administration does get us these answers before a vote so that we have the information we need. So thank you, Chair, for letting me know you didn't get the answers, but I do want to just go on record saying that we're still waiting for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the union and the administration for coming to this agreement, especially around a lot of the reforms folks wanted to see around court overtime, given the updates in technology, and around discipline that we saw in other contracts. Oh, I will pause. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
No, you can finish, Madam Chair.
No, Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I attended these hearings and listened closely to the administration team talk about this contract, and some good questions from my colleagues as well. I just following up on Councilor Murphy, I would also like to read that report that the city is now working on to get to us about the detail system. I also want to recognize the union leadership that's here for their hard work and professionalism in negotiating in good faith with the administration. I also want to recognize that the police are part of our community. They're our neighbors, they're our friends, they're our family members. And during these challenging times, let's support our police officers and their families. And one of the issues I focused on during this hearing is what type of support are we offering police and their families as it relates to mental health counseling. We have a high rate of police suicides nationally, including here in Boston as well. I want to make sure as we go into this budget season that we recognize how important the police are to our communities, providing safe communities, but also recognizing that they are part of the community as well, and they need to be supported in ensuring that we are treating them with respect. And we also have, just over the last several months, a lot of the public is attacking the police, physically attacking police across the city, including right here in City Hall. So we need to ensure we support the police, but we're also asking the district attorney to prosecute crimes against people that assault our police officers as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn, and thank you again, Mr. Chair, for holding the hearing. I want to, a lot of the reforms that we saw in the last contract are also here, so I want to thank, again, the partnership, the collaboration, and working together to get us to this point. If no one else is looking to speak on this matter, we are going to take each docket one by one. Councilor Arel, the chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0530. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Mr. Clerk, will you please do a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0530. Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta. Yes. Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Durkin. Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fitzgerald. Yes. Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn. Yes. Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lujan.
Yes.
Councilor Lujan, yes. Councilor Mejia. Present. Councilor Mejia, present. Councilor Murphy. Yes. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin. Yes. Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana. Yes. Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber. Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0530 has received 11 votes in the affirmative, 1 vote present, and 1 absent.
Thank you. The committee report on docket number 0530 has passed. The chair of the Committee on Ways and Means seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0531. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0531. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta. Yes. Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Durkin. Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fitzgerald. Yes. Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn. Yes. Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lujan.
Yes.
Councilor Lujan, yes. Councilor Mejia. Present. Councilor Mejia, present. Councilor Murphy. Yes. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin. Yes. Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana. Yes. Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber. Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0531 has received 11 votes in the affirmative, 1 present and 1 not present.
Thank you. The committee report on docket number 0531 has passed. The chair of the Committee on Ways and Means seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0532. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote for docket number 0532?
Roll call vote on docket number 0532. Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta. Yes. Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Durkin. Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fitzgerald. Yes. Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn. Yes. Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lujan.
Yes.
Councilor Lujan, yes. Councilor Mejia. Yes. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Yes. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin. Yes. Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana. Yes. Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber. Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0532 has received 12 votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. The committee report on docket number 0532 has passed. The chair of the Committee on Ways and Means seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0533. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0533. Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta. Yes. Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Durkin. Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fitzgerald. Yes. Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn. Yes. Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lujan.
Yes.
Councilor Lujan, yes. Councilor Mejia. Yes. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Yes. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin. Yes. Council Pepin, yes. Council Santana?
Yes.
Council Santana, yes. Council Weber?
Yes.
Council Weber, yes. And Council Worrell?
Yes.
Council Worrell, yes. Docket number 0533 has received 12 votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. The committee report on docket number 0533 has passed. The chair of the Committee on Ways and Means seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0631. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0631. Councilor Braden?
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta?
Yes.
Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Durkin? Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson? Councilor Fitzgerald?
Yes.
Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Louisiana?
Yes.
Councilor Louisiana, yes. Councilor Mejia?
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy?
Yes.
Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin?
Yes.
Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana?
Yes.
Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber?
Yes.
Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell?
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0631 has received 12 votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. The committee report on docket number 0631 has passed. The chair of the Committee on Ways and Means seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0632. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0632. Councilor Braden?
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta?
Yes.
Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Durkin? Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson? Councilor Fitzgerald?
Yes.
Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Louisiana?
Yes.
Councilor Louisiana, yes. Councilor Mejia? Yes. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy? Yes. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin?
Yes.
Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana?
Yes.
Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber?
Yes.
Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell?
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0632 has received 12 votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. The committee report on docket number 0632 has passed. Mr. Clerk, will you please read docket number 0418?
Docket number 0418, order for a hearing to discuss long-term city job vacancies.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Weber. Councilor Weber, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Yesterday, I chaired my first committee hearing for the Committee on Labor, Workforce, and Economic Development on docket number 0418. This was an order for a hearing to discuss long-term city job vacancies, which was sponsored by Councilors Brian Worrell and John Fitzgerald. This matter was referred to the committee on February 28, 2024. I'd like to thank Chief Financial Officer Ashley Grauffenberger, Chief People Officer Alex Lawrence, BPS Chief of Human Capital Francis Canty, and Boston Public Health Commission Chief People Officer Tanisha Peoples for participating in yesterday's hearing. I would also like to thank my council colleagues for attending, Councilors Ed Flynn, Madam President Rusi Louis-Jen, Councilors Enrique Pepin, Aaron Murphy, Brian Worrell, John Fitzgerald, Liz Braden, Gabriela Coletta, and Julia Mejia. During yesterday's hearing, we learned how the Office of Budget Management reviews all department positions as it puts together the city's operating budget. We were told that OBM takes into consideration multiple factors to manage department vacancies, including operational needs, job description changes, and labor considerations, while providing departments flexibility throughout the year to manage staffing needs. We're also told how OBM estimates salary savings for each department based on the percentage of positions that they predict will remain open during the year. Currently, the city has approximately 600 to 800 vacancies in its city workforce of around 8,000 and is making strides to fill them. We heard from Chief Lawrence that the city has indeed accelerated hiring and filled vacancies since she began in her role, and how the city has cut red tape by reducing the administrative process for hiring positions by half to so that it only takes 4 business days to get someone hired. We learned that several initiatives are in place, not only to hire more Boston Public Health Commission and EMS employees, but to retain employees, and much work has been done in terms of hiring more 911 operators. Though much is being done, 150 vacancies still exist across the Boston Public Health Commission. We also learned that the BPS is making efforts to hire more educators by creating pathways for paras to receive certification and to expand the district's ability to grant teachers temporary certification while they finish their accreditation. Currently, BPS has only 50 vacancies this year in terms of educators. As chair of the Committee on Labor, Workforce, and Economic Development, I recommend that this docket remain in committee. I do want to acknowledge the original co-sponsors who I think you'll be hearing from shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Orrell. Councilor Orrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Council Weber, and thank you to Council Fitzgerald. As we enter budget season, it is crucial to address these vacancies and understand the challenges and strategies involved in filling them. From the dynamic nature of vacancies to the efforts in recruitment, professional development, and budget considerations, the discussion has shed light on the multifaceted approach needed to ensure essential city services are sustained. Moving forward, we must continue to have this hearing annually and explore innovative solutions and policies to attract talent, address staffing needs, and support the growth of our workforce. I know we have some outstanding questions from the administration, so just looking forward to receiving those ahead of budget season, or ahead of our hearings. Thank you.
Thank you. Docket number 0418 will remain in committee. Mr. Clerk, will you please read docket number 0262?
Docket number 0262, ordinance establishing the Office of Pest Control in the City of Boston.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta. Councilor Coletta, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam President. The Committee on Government Operations held a hearing yesterday, was it yesterday? Yesterday, April 9th, on docket 0262 on an ordinance creating an office dedicated to pest control, which was referred to the committee on January 31st of this year and was sponsored by Councilors Ed Flynn and Liz Brereton. At the hearing, we were joined by the sponsors and Councilor Louis Jen, Weber, Murphy, Worrell, and received an absence letter from Councilor Mejia. The purpose of this ordinance is to create an Office of Pest Control in the City of Boston. This ordinance also seeks to ensure the city has adequate resources to address this issue by creating an office dedicated to coordinate multi-department efforts to reduce the rat and pest population, develop overall pest control strategy, and conduct outreach to residents on rodent mitigation methods. We heard from Chief of Operations Irish, ISD Commissioner Del Rio, Assistant Commissioner within the Environment Division John Ulrich, and Dr. Bobby Corrigan, a rodentologist. We reviewed what the administration is calling the Boston Rodent Action Plan and Dr. Corrigan's consulting work with the city to conduct an environmental service review, which is scheduled for completion by the end of April in the form of a report. We highlighted the Environmental Services Division org chart, which outlines the near 20 employees under Assistant Commissioner of Environmental Services John Ulrich's leadership. We also reviewed the various essential city departments, including sanitation within Public Works, Health, ISD, Parks, Boston Public Housing, Capital and Commercial Construction, and Boston Water and Sewer. We identified top areas of concerns, largely in our park system, commercial dumpsters, residential bins, sewers, commercial food service areas, residential streets and alleys, BHA properties in the North End and outdoor Boston markets. We discussed that the root cause of all rat infestations lies primarily with 22 sources of food. It was recommended that we approach our investment into pest control by limiting access to those sources. Dr. Corrigan particularly highlighted the importance of pilot programs to test various options for rat mitigation that may work best for our city's specific circumstances, including contraception. To summarize, the administration outlined the multi-department coordination efforts that are already undertaken to ensure we are lessening the impacts of rats on community health and residential dignity. There were also commitments made to ensure data, largely from 311 ticket requests, but also from proactive site visits to areas where 311 technology is not consistently used, guides the department's efforts to mitigate the increase in rodent populations. It was also noted by Dr. Corrigan, who is based in New York City, that while New York City does have a successful rat czar who reports directly to the mayor, there is no standalone office working on pest control. As chair of the Committee on Government Operations, I believe that there will be more information to review based on Dr. Corrigan's work with these departments, which warrants further discussion. I recommend that this docket remain in committee so that this body can review a finalized Boston Rodent Action Plan report with recommendations. Thank you. I'll pass to the lead sponsor if he wants to make comments.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta. Councilor Flynn, would you like to speak on this matter? The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say thank you to Councilor Coletta, the Chair of the Government Operations, for her professional work on this hearing. It was a good debate, and just one of the issues, couple points that I wanted to highlight is this issue of pest control, of the significant increase in rats, especially since the pandemic. It's happening in every neighborhood in Boston. It's happening in my neighborhood in South Boston and Chinatown and the South End. Certainly it's happening in Alston and Brighton. District city councilors know this issue especially very well. It's impacting every neighborhood. Having a Office of Pest Control would streamline the process, coordinate, ensure we have the necessary resources to effectively deal with this public health concern, public safety concern, quality of life concern. It's an emergency, in my opinion. We have 14 inspectors that work on pest control in the city of Boston. They don't work on the weekends. It's not a criticism of anybody or any department, but we need pest control professionals that are working Friday afternoon, Saturday, Sunday. It's that type of job, it's that seriousness of a problem that we have to think differently and provide the residents of Boston with the best public safety, public health, quality of life issues. I know we still have further meetings to take place, and we are looking to receive a report from the consultant hired by the city. But what I would ask my colleagues, when it is time to vote, I would ask that you would support a Office of Pest Control in the city of Boston. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to say thank you to Councilor Braden as well.
The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to the co-sponsor, the lead co-sponsor, Councillor Flynn. I think yesterday, or the other day, was that yesterday?
Yes,
we've had an annual hearing on rodent control and pest control issues in the city, so this is our fifth go at it. I want to applaud Councillor Flynn for his dogged determination on this, his persistence. Hopefully we'll get there in the end. I also want to thank Councillor Coletta for chairing the meeting. I look forward to hearing Dr. Corrigan's report. He has done a deep dive into all things rodent control in Boston, and we're looking forward to his report. I think one of the other takeaways, like we do have a problem, a serious problem, especially in all across the city, but I will shout out for Alston Brighton. Alston's affectionately known as Rat City, so that speaks for itself. One issue that came up really was the importance of 311 and report. It's really critical to our ability to map where the problem areas is. So folks have to sort of report rodent activity. If it's only one rat you see, report it, because the city is in the process of mapping hot areas and trying to figure out how to deploy resources and then identify the causal issues that are contributing to this incredible explosion in rat activity across the city. So I look forward. I'm really hopeful that we will come up with some recommendations that will improve the situation. And I look forward to Dr. Corrigan's report, as I've already mentioned, and I appreciate that if we all I appreciate the incredible work that inspectional services, environmental services are doing. 14 inspectors, it seems not a lot for a city with 22 wards. I also really do appreciate their willingness and responsiveness when we call and report an infestation, that they come and do community walks with us to help educate our residents about how to manage the problem, and very timely in their response. So I appreciate all the work, and I feel that if we all work together, we can improve the situation. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Chair recognizes Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you to the chair for the hearing and the lead sponsors. I did just want to rise to mention that the panel, Chief Irish, that Mr. Ulrich, John Ulrich, who I know all our offices works closely with, very professional, and also Tanya Del Rio, who has been here several times as the street outreach, but was here for the first time in her new role as the head of ISD. And I was very pleased and reassured that we're doing a better job, and we have been for a while, but we're doing a better job working between departments. As we all know, that this problem, the rat issue, is not just an ISD issue, it's a public health issue. The Parks Department and Public Works, all of the departments across the city of Boston are working together, and that's what we'll need to do to get this issue, problem, health issue under control. So thank you.
Thank you. I'd also just like to say that this morning, my chief of staff was out on a rat walk in Roxbury, and we've seen tremendous progress in a pilot program in Forest and Vine, in Levette Coney, and the CDCs and the city really working together. So I just want to say thank you to everyone who's really been working together to make that pilot program a success. There's been just turnaround in sort of the quality of the park in the area, and of landowners really feeling like they can go back to their pest control company and tell them what's not working and change pest control companies. So really heartened that, this is a citywide issue for all of us. And I'm heartened to see all of the work coming together to really address this issue, and the dedication that so many in the administration, John Ulrich on down, have on addressing this issue. Docket number 0262 will remain in committee. We are now on to motions, orders, and resolutions. Mr. Clerk, will you please read docket number 0702?
Docket number 0702, Councilor Worrell offer the following. Order for a hearing to establish a Business Owner 101 program for grant recipients.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Arrell. Councilor Arrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'd like to add Councilor Fernandez-Anderson as the original co-sponsor.
Councilor Fernandez-Anderson is added as an original co-sponsor. Councilor Arrell, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm bringing this here in order to discuss the possibility of exploring a Business Owner 101 program as we navigate the landscape of financial assistance. It's clear that money alone cannot guarantee business success. Our space grants and other grants are invaluable, but we must acknowledge the need for complementary support in the form of technical assistance. While we've made strides in bridging this gap with existing tech assistance initiatives, there's room for improvement. We must strive for better alignment by establishing a program that coordinates technical assistance along grant awards. Our aim is clear: to provide unwavering support to individuals, businesses on the journey to success. One strategy we should consider implemented is a tiered approach to assistance by tailoring support on the stage of the business. So whether you're a startup, a medium-sized company, or a legacy business, we can maximize the impact of our efforts. Pairing funding with technical assistance at every level ensures a comprehensive, holistic approach to support. Personally, I'm advocating to integrate training into the eligibility criteria, requiring applicants to demonstrate completion of relevant training ensures they're equipped to make sure that the financial support that they receive is used in the best way. The Business Owner 101 program will provide essential education, mentorship, and support to new entrepreneurs, legacy businesses, medium-sized businesses, to ensure that they're equipped with all the tools that they need to ensure success. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Arrell. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the lead sponsor, Councilor Arrell. Thank you so much for adding me this. I look forward to working with you on this. I wholeheartedly support this because having experience or background with working with small businesses and understanding just the intricacies and all of the intersectionalities in terms of like the need, technical assistance, you are everything when you're a small business owner. You're the exec, you're the buyer, you're the inventory person, you are the salesperson, you're even the plumber. So it's a very, very high stress one person, three job kind of thing. Sometimes not really having the opportunity to navigate all of their time and not having, as you said, the resources to be able to navigate that properly. So I think that this is also a wonderful complement or partnership with the Be Local and what we both sponsored, and hopefully we'll hold a hearing on, maybe a combined hearing, to discuss how this digital marketplace, creating this e-commerce or an Amazon, if you will, for small businesses in Boston, will actually be backed up with this back office to actually provide one-on-one assistance. So these grants, I think, also giving the business owners more autonomy to be able to use funds in ways that they feel that they should use it in or need is important as well, especially with Black and brown businesses. Often when there are grants available, people are like, well, yeah, they already got this money or they already got this assistance or so much assistance went to it. Well, that's because the need is that great. So thank you so much for filing and looking forward to the work together.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta, Durkin, Fitzgerald, Flynn, Mejia, Murphy, Pepin, Santana, Weber. Please add the chair. Thank you. Docket number 0702 will be referred to the Committee on Small Business and Professional Licensure. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0703?
Docket number 0703, Councilor Worrell offer the following. Order for a hearing to address problem properties in Boston.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to suspend the rules and add Council President Louis Jen and Councilor Durkin as original co-sponsors.
Thank you. Councilor Louis Jen is added as an original co-sponsor. Councilor Worrell seeks suspension of the rules to add Councilor Durkin as an original third co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, Councilor Durkin is so added. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. This is an opportunity for us to address a pressing concern affecting our communities, problem properties. The Problems Properties Task Force has digitally compiled a list of properties within Boston that pose significant challenges to public safety and neighborhood well-being. However, it's clear that more can be done to address these concerns. Many of the issues related to problem properties, from improper trash disposal to noise, are issues that we are constantly having hearings on. This is an opportunity for us to ensure that the city is effectively addressing those who are regularly harm the quality of life for their neighbors. It's also a chance for us to better understand the process behind being listed as a problem property. This is particularly important as we currently only list 4 problem properties on our city website, which are all only residential. So looking forward to having the conversation, and thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Worrell. And I'll just speak briefly on the matter. Thank you for adding me as a co-sponsor. My office has been doing a lot of work on the Problems Properties Task Force. We talked about it last week at the hearing on trash and on our ability, the fact that we are not only able to place liens on the problem properties that are BPD involved, and we're also making progress with Do It and with our ISD with being able to place liens on properties that are on the Problems Property Task Force on the task list, and hopefully we'll, in the coming months and in budget we'll be able to do more work on that. So thank you, Councilor Worrell, for adding me on this, and I want to thank the city and those in my office who've been working diligently on this matter. The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Councilor Worrell, for filing this hearing order on an issue that seems unfortunately timeless. I am cognizant that problem properties across our city do not share the same causes and impacts, but they are nonetheless present in every neighborhood. In District 8 neighborhoods, particularly Mission Hill and Beacon Hill, yes, even Beacon Hill, many of our problems are caused by absentee landlords, whether of leased properties or short-term rentals, who fail time after time to abide by basic city regulations and codes, or even pay the fines associated with the violations of city trash and sanitation regulations. I was cognizant of all of this on my code enforcement ride-along a couple of weeks ago. In addition to conditions created by neglectful landlords, these properties are frequent offenders of basic quality of life standards and are subject to many 911 calls due to the prevalence of college students in our neighborhoods, absent affordable or even available on-campus housing to meet the needs of student populations. In my district, responding to these concerns means putting city dollars towards correcting the negligence of landlords or inadequate offerings of universities. But this cost needs to be shifted to property owners and universities. All that to say, residents in my district are at a tipping point, and I am too. So I couldn't be more excited to have a conversation that acknowledges all the problem properties across the city, especially when we're coming to an important moment with the council's home rule petition filed by Councilor Braden, thank you so much, that this week was reported favorably out of committee at the State House. Thank you, Councillor Braden, and to all my colleagues for working on that one, even prior to me being on the council. Working together, I know we can all make real progress. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And problem properties is an issue that I've worked on for many years. It's impacting my district, especially my neighborhood in South Boston, where many people, especially on the weekends, in the summertime, and the weekdays, are constantly partying late at night. The noise is very loud. The trash piles up, and the rats come out. It's a major problem. It's a quality of life issue. I receive lots of calls from constituents, especially young parents that are putting their children to bed, trying to get them ready for school for the next morning, and the house next to them is filled with young people that are partying and being very loud. I also receive many calls from families and from seniors especially that are having trouble sleeping because of these nonstop partying and quality of life issues. But the Problem Property Task Force, we need to ensure that that has the resources as we go into the budget season. It's a quality of life issue. It's neighborhood concern. I believe at one time, if there was more than 3 or 4 911 calls to a particular residence, that particular residence would be placed on the problem property list. Oftentimes, it would receive a follow-up from the police station the next morning or a couple days later. I have also visited many of these problem property residents throughout my district, asking them, encouraging them to be a better neighbor. It's not about you, it's about providing the best community for everybody. And having these outrageous parties and keeping people up at night is unfair to residents, especially young children. So I want to see this Problem Property Task Force enhanced. It's a critical part of basic city services, neighborhood services, and the quality of life of Boston residents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Braden. Councillor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to the makers for bringing this very important issue forward. I look forward to participating in the conversation when we have the hearing. Problem properties, Alston Brighton, we've had our share, and we still continue to have a share of problems from persistent persistent problems from the same address over and over again. I do want to give a shout out to Boston College and their partnership with Boston Police Department to District 14. They know the addresses, they anticipate problems, they do a lot of preventative work ahead of time when a new group of students come in or are moving off campus to live in the neighbourhood. And they go and give them a little talk on how to behave. And if there's a riotous party going on with 150 young people at it, they go and they talk with them, they break it up, and the people concerned have to report to the Dean's office on Monday morning. So, and then they have community service to do to sort of do some reparation for the neighbourhood that they've been disrupting all weekend. So I think there's some ways to explore that sort of an approach if it's a student population, but I do look forward. It is a serious problem, and to your point, Madam President, about holding landlords and management companies accountable. Like ultimately, they are responsible for what happens in their premises. So I think addressing the liens issue is really critically important as well, and also encouraging people to report bad behaviour, because a pattern evolves in a neighbourhood. If a neighbourhood becomes known as a place to go party, you end up with more and more residences and homes become the whole street becomes a party street. So I think we have to sort of work with our institutions, with our off-campus student population, and all those others who participate in this disruptive behaviour, especially on weekends and holidays. So thank you. I look forward to the conversation, and please add my name.
Thank you, Councillor. The chair recognizes Councillor Coletta. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'll keep this brief, but I wanted to rise and thank the makers for their leadership for this hearing, and please add my name. We all have problem properties in our district, namely, I talk a lot about Loftow Hotel that's in the Gove Street / Jeffreys Point area of East Boston that overshadows the Mary Ellen Walsh Greenway. It's a huge parcel, it's a huge building that has basically been used within the speculative market and has been sat on for years. It went through the permitting process in 2016. It was resold for a healthy profit without having anything done to the building, and then the current owners have really done nothing to it. And so back in 2018, we started this journey of trying to get this particular parcel on the problem property list, and it was really informative and really an education about this process and how difficult it was. And shout out to Jerome Smith, who at the time was Chief of Civic Engagement, who helped us through that process. But at the end of the day, these current owners, they own hotels everywhere across the city of Boston. $300 per day for them was really a drop in the bucket. It's not an incentive to do anything with their property, which still sits vacant, has trash everywhere, does not shovel during the winter, and actually has had things blown off the roof. And luckily has not injured anybody, but I really appreciate this docket, and I really look forward to the conversation, and just again, thank you to the makers.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Mejia. Councillor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to thank the makers for filing this hearing order in 2020. I feel like I've been here for 100 years. But I remember that during COVID, there was a lot of issues around the fireworks. And our office hosted a town hall. We had over 450 people who participated in that town hall. And what I heard across the city regarding the quality of life issues that so many people were facing is that they really wanted to have a way in which community residents were engaged in the conversation, and that we were not going to pit people against each other as it relates to what we should be doing. And while this may not be in regards to quality of life issues specifically around fireworks, but we are talking about problem properties as a result of that work that we did. And shout out to Jerome Smith, absolutely. Then Mayor Walsh established a task force to look at quality of life issues. And I think as we continue to have these conversations, and I would just recommend when you host a hearing to the maker that you consider having some community folks who are participating in how we address and respond to some of these issues, because I think that oftentimes those folks who are, dealing with the realities usually have the best ideas on how to deal with their neighbors. That does not begin with end with a citation. So I just really want us to be super mindful of making sure that we're seizing these moments to talk about building relationships and community. And while I know that some of these property owners don't even live in the city, let alone in the country, I think that there's something that to be said about this work. And I think that there's an opportunity there for some accountability that comes from the city as it relates to how we dole out permits to people who don't live here.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And through the chair to the sponsor, I'm wondering if we could include, if you haven't already thought about it, BHA housing. I get many calls from concerned residents who live in BHA housing, so if we can include city buildings. And also several of us in different districts are on emails about parks too. I know that this is talking about property owners, but the focus seems to be that a lot of concerns from district councilors are parties late night or residents not being good neighbors. Sometimes that, oftentimes, I think about Talbot Ave, around that park, there's people, seniors who live in senior housing around there. So maybe consider having the Parks Department or other departments in the city that also could hear some concerns from the residents and also have some policy changes for them too. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councillors Braden, Coletta, Fernandez Anderson, Fitzgerald, Flynn, Mejia, Murphy, Beban, Santana, Weber. Thank you. Docket number 0703 will be referred to the Committee on Housing and Community Development. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0704?
Docket number 0704, Councilor Fernandez Anderson offer the following. Order for a hearing to discuss the impact of restricted deeds on property ownership and transfer, including both negative and positive effects and strategies to promote generational wealth creation.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. It's important for us to gather and hopefully discuss how restricted deeds impact our communities. These deeds are vital to foster economic diversity, but they must achieve their intended goals effectively. Understanding the implications of extended contract terms associated with restricted deeds, it's essential for us to hopefully for empowering residents. So I've been getting a lot of calls from my constituents over the last year or so, complaining about their contracts being extended, and I understand some of this may be misunderstandings of sorts, whereas they have a contract for 30 years, they would have paid their mortgage and completed that 30 years, and then the contract is extended another 20 years. I've contacted the administration and have been working with Chief Dillon on this topic to further understand the administration side, as well as conversations that are being had with the mayor to just understand where or how we can alleviate or mitigate some of these issues. And I think my position so far, it's not to wholly support everything that the constituents are saying, because again, I think conversations need to be had in order for all parties impacted can come to the table and discuss exactly how we can mitigate it without causing further harm. And by that I mean that if you extend it for too long, it's harmful, but if you then reduce it to, say, 5-10 years, then you are perpetuating further gentrification at a much faster rate, which can negatively impact the community. So a conversation is all I'm asking, not taking any positions per se. I think that overextending it beyond 30 years is ridiculous. But I think that shortening it to such a short time, there's examples like San Francisco or Koreatown in California, where restrictions were reduced, for lack of better terms, and at that point, folks just started selling and to make a profit, and of course, that had harmful impacts. There is also a concern here about transfer of deeds to, passing down to generations, which hopefully can create generational wealth, at least as it's been intended, but it's not doing that because it's also been, people are running into hurdles or red tapes when it comes to that as well. So I would encourage my colleagues to engage in this conversation and be open-minded, both on the community side, but as well as the impacts that it could have on the community, so that we can pragmatically discuss this topic and figure out what is best for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councilor Fernandez Anderson, for bringing this important issue forward. The staggering statistics from Smart Assets report salary needed to live in comfortably 2024 study revealed that the average annual salary needed for a single adult to live comfortably in Boston is $125,000. That is $60 per hour, while the median household incomes for Black and Latinx residents in District 4 are $48,000 and $28,000 respectively. Just want to leave you with some other data points. We need to look into comparison with that $124K salary. District 1 has the lowest median household income for Black residents at $22,000, while District 7 has the lowest for Latinx residents at $20,000. District 5 has the highest income for Black residents at $63,000, and District 1 has the highest for Latinx residents at $56,000. We have a lot of work to do to close these income disparities. And I say this time and time again, what I believe what we need to do is make sure that we're expanding the Section 8 voucher program, increasing the allocation of IDP for voucher units. These are critical steps towards enhancing housing accessibility for low-income residents. Facilitating down payment assistance can also serve as a vital tool in dismantling barriers to home ownership. We must acknowledge the multitude of pathways to generational wealth beyond one-time windfalls. While selling assets may seem like a viable option, we must also recognize the significance of cost-saving measures, particularly through initiatives like affordable housing programs. The city has a multitude of options to choose from to build generational wealth by assuring everyone has a safe and secure, stable housing, not as an investment, but as a public good. One component in building safe and resilient collaborative communities. Before we move to provide returns for a few, we must ensure that we are providing a housing stock. We must ensure that our housing stock is to provide housing stability for all. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, for your leadership here. I would be remiss. I represent the West End, which has some of the biggest buildings with, affordable agreements. And I think we have a lot of work to do. There are a lot of folks who are worried about when certain things expire in my district. And it's some of the most complicated conversations I've been a part of as a district councilor. And some of the things that, I have so many questions, so I'm really excited to participate in this hearing. And also just, as we had sort of a partial conversation to this when we were doing the conversation around the planning department, I think this really warrants a full conversation. So really appreciate your leadership and thank you so much. Excited to participate in the conversation.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta, Durkin, Fitzgerald, Flynn, Mejia, Murphy, Pepin, Santana, Weber, Worrell. Please add the chair. Docket number 0704 will be sent to will be referred to the Committee on Housing and Community Development. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0705?
Docket number 0705, Councilors Flynn and Murphy offer the following. Order for a hearing to discuss Boston Public Schools transportation for student athletes.
The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, last week, Excel High School in my neighborhood in South Boston, their baseball team was left stranded without transportation from their school for their first game, frustrating students and parents, forced them to make last-minute transportation plans, including the student athletes jumping on the MBTA for a game in Jamaica Plain. Many of our student athletes and BPS athletic teams practice and compete at facilities that are far away from their school. They rely on school buses to transport them to their games and practices. However, there are instances where school buses do not show up at all for student athletes, leaving them stranded at their school or having them find transportation on their own to a game. This, unfortunately, is not a new issue. The Boston Globe reported in 2022 on how student athletes often had to scramble to find ways to get to games outside of the city because there were no buses available. Parents from Excel High School have also noted the lack of transportation last week was not an isolated incident. There should be reliable BPS transportation for our student athletes so they can prepare and make plans about transportation ahead of time before their game and arrive at that location on time. I had the opportunity prior to today's meeting to listen to the Charlestown High School student athletes with Councilor Coletta in the Piedmonte room, and one of the issues the student athletes at Charlestown High School mentioned was reliable transportation. As we discuss the budget, let's ensure that our student athletes in BPS are treated fairly and are treated with respect. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair, and Councilor Flynn. I know advocating for our student athletes is something I've done my whole life and since I've been here on the council. And the celebrations we had earlier just shows that there's so much to celebrate. There are so many wins and wonderful athletic opportunities for some of our students. But it is our job, or I see it as my responsibility, to make sure I'm advocating for those kids who may not have the same opportunities. And getting our kids to their games is just the beginning, right? That's so basic to me. And when we were getting calls last week from parents telling us that the bus didn't come to Excel High, and many teams, like that baseball team, students from the McCormick BCLA who aren't even in the same location play on the same team. So hoping that the kids even were able to meet up together, and the fact that they were smart enough to figure out which bus to get them to then figure out the best way in public transportation to make it there in time. The game wasn't canceled. They did win. That was great, but that shouldn't happen. And it's not the only time. I know Councilor Flynn highlighted some. I know that the BLA hockey team last year, the bus didn't show up to get them to their Worcester game. You can't figure out quickly how to hop on the T or hope that parents can drive you all the way to Worcester. And the historic Thanksgiving game between East Boston, South Boston High, Excel High was canceled last year when the coaches and teams were waiting at McCormick, not McCormick, but the waiting for the buses to show up at the Moakley Park, and they didn't show up, so they had to forfeit the game. Those are the things that I feel is my responsibility, and I hope, and I do believe that my colleagues agree that we need to advocate that all students have the same opportunities in athletics, as we know and we saw earlier today, make such a difference in our children's lives. So happy to have this conversation. I know working with Collar in the transportation department at BPS that we'll get answers. They are working hard, but making sure that going into the budget season 2, when we ask the hard questions of BPS, one of the things I'll continue to advocate for is that we spend more than just $70-something per student. If we have a budget of over $30,000 per kid, and part of that money is the transportation to get them to the practices. I know we had the hearing, BPS didn't show up, but about the Reggie Lewis, the time slot's there for our BPS kids to practice, but for many, the schools are so far away, and if they don't have a bus to get them there, there's no way to utilize that wonderful opportunity. So looking forward to this conversation to get it better for our children.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Pepin. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to stand in support of this hearing order presented by Councilor Flynn and Councilor Murphy, because it one that impacted me personally as a student athlete at BPS. You know, when Councilor Flynn mentioned this, I think it was a week or two ago, my former freshman year volleyball coach reached out. Yes, I played volleyball in high school. I may not have the height. But he said that in the past 3 seasons at the O'Brien for the volleyball team, there has been 6 no-shows from buses. And unfortunately for each of those games, they couldn't make it because they were in towns like Barnstable, Dedham, Norwood. So it's impossible to get those games like Councilor Murphy mentioned on the MBTA. We need to do better. Our student athletes deserve better. As you all know, I've been a strong advocate to fix our bus system across the city, not just for our athletes, but just in general. So I just want to be an ally in this conversation and make sure that I'm in those hearings with you all. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fitzgerald. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say I've talked with several BPS athletic directors, and the largest line item they have in their budget is actually secondary transportation to just back up the fact that they're relying on buses not showing up. That's not a good use of our money, their money, or time. And so look forward to doing this, but knowing that it is a real issue and it does affect folks, their budget and their operation. So happy to join this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Colletti. You have the floor.
Sorry, I didn't realize it was my turn.
I'm sorry.
Thank you so much to the makers. I rise in support. Just would like to call out the fact that what happened with Excel High is unacceptable, and it's unacceptable for any student to be waiting when this is a service that is provided. It reminded me of the days where I had to go from East Boston to Roxbury at White Stadium, Plaisted Park, to play softball. And then through the grace of my softball coach, Mr. Ziza, he drove me to the North End so that I could get home. Largely did that on his own from West Roxbury because we just didn't have transportation. Either they didn't show up or it wasn't budgeted. I don't really know what the issue was, but I do remember there were times where he was upset when the buses weren't there, and we wouldn't get home until about 8 o'clock, 8:30 at night. So it is an issue, and it affects our kids. They get home pretty late, and they don't have enough time to do their homework. So I just wanted to stand up and say thank you, and please add my name. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Braden. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Please add my name. We spend a huge amount of money on school transportation. What is it, 140 million? We should be able to get this right. And I can only imagine, as a former student athlete myself when I was in high school, the devastating impact of working hard, training hard with your teammates, and then being ready to go to a game in Worcester or Barnstable or wherever, and the bus not turning up. Like, it is so disrespectful and totally unnecessary. And I really do feel strongly, I don't think I'm alone in this, that the importance of student athletics for our school population is really critically important. The benefits of participating in school sports are immense, and this really, we have to fix this. So please add my name and count me as an ally to the lead sponsors on this one. This is so important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braden. The chair recognizes Councillor Mejia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank my colleagues. My daughter plays softball and basketball, and I didn't know Coach, he's still there. Wow, okay. But anyways, I am really encouraged by the fact that so many of my colleagues have risen up to speak about the importance of this conversation. It goes to show that sometimes, if we all can rally together and if we can all fight together, then we can all win. And this seems to be one of those issues that I think has the same energy in terms of really standing up for what is right. And sometimes even when our voice quivers, we have to speak truth to power. And these are one of the opportunities that we have right now to do just that. And the budget season is upon us, and so that means that all those who are listening know that the BPS folks who are here holding it down are going to be asking BPS, where's the money at for the athletic transportation line item? So thank you for that.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta, Fernandez Anderson, Fitzgerald, Mejia, Pepin, Santana, Weber, Worrell. Please add the chair. Docket number 0705 will be referred to the Committee on Education. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0706?
Docket number 0706, Councilors Weber and Lujan offer the following. Order for a hearing to review the City of Boston voucher program.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Weber. Councilor Weber, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to suspend the rules and add Councilor Santana as a third co-sponsor.
Thank you. Councilor Weber seeks suspension of the rules to add Councilor Santana as an original third co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, Councilor Santana is so added. Councilor Weber, you have the floor.
Thank you. Under former Mayor Marty Walsh, the City of Boston launched its own voucher program, which, similar to Section 8, provides vouchers to make existing income-restricted housing affordable to low and extremely low-income renters, ensuring that they pay no more than 30% of their income on rent. Unlike Section 8, the City of Boston's housing voucher program is available regardless of immigration status. These vouchers are administered through the BHA and are funded through the operating budget. The program began with a $2.5 million budget, and through increases last year, Mayor Wu increased funding of the city voucher program to $11.5 million. And this body approved an investment of $200,000 in ARPA funding towards this program I think last year. It should be no surprise that the demand for the program during our housing crisis outstrips its funding. As we speak, developers in Boston looking to provide units for voucher holders are being turned away because the funds are already committed. Investing more in this program would address a dire need and promote construction of affordable housing units across the city. I am hoping we can learn more about the successful program during the hearing and discuss ways to expand it. I'd like to thank Council President Louis Jen and Councilor Santana for joining me in filing this hearing order, and look forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Weber. I'll just be brief and say thank you for filing this hearing order. This council, the last 2 budget cycles, invested in this and especially via ARPA, and I was happy to work alongside Michael Kane and the HUD tenants to really advocate for this. We know that these vouchers, these city vouchers, are a lot more flexible than the federal vouchers. Yesterday, I was speaking to our close to 300 social workers in Boston Public Schools who talk about the numerous issues that they face, primarily around housing. And we do have a housing network for our students experiencing homelessness, HERN, that they need additional support. These city vouchers allow for so much flexibility for our students who have mixed immigrant status, who all would have an otherwise difficult time to get a voucher. So I think it's crucial that this is something that we invest in and try to find ways to invest in every year, and thank you for adding me. The chair recognizes Councilor Santana. Councilor Santana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Councilor Weber, and to the President for sponsoring this and including me as a co-sponsor. Having just sponsored a hearing on housing voucher discrimination this week, I just wanted to rise again in support of how transformational housing vouchers can be. Providing residents with affordable rents in the location of their choice while still ensuring landlords get paid the market rate rent is a direct and impactful way to increase housing affordability while providing mobility and breaking down economic segregation. Our city voucher program here in Boston is particularly aimed at combating homelessness. And rental assistance has been proven to be highly effective at ending family homelessness. A HUD study found families living in homeless shelters were over twice as likely to remain in stable housing when provided a housing voucher by comparison to other supports like continued shelter, rapid rehousing, and transitional housing. It's absolutely worth exploring more about how we can support and expand Boston's housing voucher program, and I'm looking forward to diving into this work with my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the District 2 councilor representing the largest number of residents that live in public housing, I also know that this is an incredibly important issue impacting not just my district, but across the city. Public housing certainly plays a critical role in supporting low-income families, working-class families, our seniors, and persons with disabilities, but so does the voucher program. But it's important that we work together to ensure that there's necessary resources and funds in this program so that working families and low-income families can continue to live in Boston, a city that they love and they want to stay here. But this voucher program is exceptionally important, administered by the director of the Boston Housing Authority, and let's work together to support people with vouchers and their families. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Orell. Councilor Orell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Louis Jen. I just want to thank the makers for this resolution. I mean, not this resolution, but this hearing order. And I always thought that the city voucher program is a powerful tool that we need to expand on. It's one that gives people who are stuck in the middle, that are not eligible for federal housing assistance but can't buy in the open market, a real opportunity. And one thing I've been advocating for and we pushed for was to make sure that these citywide voucher programs are able to support home ownership needs. So looking forward to the hearing to discuss more about that program, but all the programs that the citywide voucher program has been able to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta, Fernand Anderson, Fitzgerald, Flynn, Murphy, Pepin, Worrell. Thank you. Docket number 0706 will be referred to the Committee on Housing and Community Development. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0707?
Docket number 0707. Councilor Coletta offer the following. Resolution designating a hero square in the North End in recognition of Second Lieutenant Angelo R. Polcari.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta. Councilor Coletta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and I apologize, I should have done this earlier. May I add Councilor Flynn as a co-sponsor?
Councilor Flynn is added as an original co-sponsor. Councilor Coletta, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. We are hoping for passage of this resolution so that we may place a square in the corner at the corner of Salem and Sheep Street in the North End. Angelo Pocari was a lifelong resident of the North End in Boston. He was born on October 7th, 1921 to mother Mariana and father Antonio, who emigrated to Boston's North End from Montefalcione, Italy. He was the youngest brother of Nick, Mario, and Anthony. All brothers attended St. Anthony's School and Mass at St. Leonard's Church. The family lived at the top floor of a large tenement at 1 Sheep Street. Angelo attended a year of high school before he enlisted in the U.S. Army at the beginning of World War II. He was stationed in Italy with the Allied forces, serving as an Italian translator for the Allies, among other assignments. Angelo achieved the rank as second lieutenant with the U.S. Army. He was at the battles of Monte Cassino and Anzio. Tragically, Lieutenant Pocari was killed in action in northern Italy on April 17, 1945, at the age of 23, just days before the war in Italy ended. So in honor of Lieutenant Pocari's ultimate sacrifice, I am proud to submit this resolution and urge my colleagues to vote in the affirmative so that we can designate the corner of Salem and Sheep Street, Angelo Pocari Hero Square. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to say thank you to Councilor Coletta for adding me as a sponsor. I do know the Pocari family from the North End. I do know their horrific and their exceptional sacrifice this family has made to our nation, making the supreme sacrifice. It's important that we recognize our fallen heroes, but also recognizing that their families are still here in our communities. And this type of recognition, although it certainly doesn't bring a person back, but it reminds us of the sacrifices our neighbors, our family members, our community has made for this wonderful country. And just want to again say thank you to Councilor Coletta, but also it's a recognition of the proud Italian-American community here in Boston. It's also a recognition of the proud Italian-American veterans that helped build this city and helped build this country as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta, Durkin, Fernandez Anderson, Mejia, Murphy, Santana, Weber, Worrell. Please add the chair. Councilors Coletta and Flynn seek suspension of the rules and passage of docket number 0707. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. Docket number 0707 has been adopted. Mr. Clerk, would you please read dockets number 0708 and 0709 together?
Docket number 0708, Councilor Weber offer the following. Resolution designating a Hero Square at the intersection of Center Street and Westerly Street in recognition of Eugene L. Leiden. And docket number 0709, Councilor Weber offer the following. Resolution designating a Hero Square at the intersection of Weld Avenue and Columbus Avenue in Jamaica Plain in recognition of Monek Whites.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Weber. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to suspend the rules and add Councilor Flynn as a co-sponsor.
Councilor Flynn is so added. Councilor Weber, you have the floor.
Thank you. These two resolutions recognize two Jamaica Plain residents that were killed in action. U.S. Army Corporal Eugene L. Leiden, who lived on Bromley Street in Jamaica Plain, and Private Monek Whites from Eggleston Square. Corporal Leiden was killed in action on September 13, 1952, while fighting in Korea. Corporal Leiden was posthumously awarded numerous medals and badges, including a Purple Heart, Army Good Conduct Medal, and a Combat Infantry and Marksmanship Badge. His nephew, Sean Cashman of Hanover, filed the Hero Square designation on behalf of Corporal Leiden. Private Whites was killed near Quan Tri during the Vietnam War on May 25, 1969. Within hours of his arrival in Vietnam, a pallet of ammunition caught fire at a supply and storage area, and he was among the Marines who rushed to extinguish the blaze. He and 12 other Marines responding to the flames were killed, and he was among 2 Marines who could not be found after the ammunition pallet exploded. Private Whites was declared missing in action. White's dear friend, who he grew up with and went to high school with, filed the Hero Square designation. Upon adopting these resolutions, the intersection of Weld Avenue and Columbus Avenue will be designated a Hero Square in recognition of Monique White's, and the intersection of Center Street and Westerly Street will be designated a Hero Square in recognition of Eugene Leiden. I seek suspension of the rules and ask that my colleagues adopt these two resolutions today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Weber. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
I'm sorry.
Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
That's fine. Thank you. I just wanted to rise. Thank you, Councilor Coletta and Weber, for filing these resolutions, and to Councilor Flynn for always being a wonderful role model here on the council of how we should respect our veterans. But I did just want to shout out the Veterans Department and Rob Santiago and the wonderful job they do with these Hero Squares coming together. There's QR codes, and it helps the next generation with the history of what our past was and how we got here. And that's important that we continue to uplift the lives of those who gave all so that we could have meetings like this and we could have our freedom in America. So just wanted to thank you for filing these.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Let's do docket by docket. So we'll first do this for docket number 0708. Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta, Durkin, Fernand Anderson, Fitzgerald, Mejia, Murphy, Santana, Weber. Please have the chair. Councilor Weber seeks suspension of the rules and passage of docket number 0708. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Would anyone like to add their name to docket number 0709? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta, Durkin, Fernand Anderson, Fitzgerald, Mejia, Murphy, Santana. Please add the chair. Councilor Weber seeks suspension of the rules and passage of docket number 0709. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. Docket number 0710 has been adopted. Docket number 0709 has been adopted. Excuse me. Mr. Clerk, will you please read docket number 0710?
Docket number 0710, Councilor Weber offer the following. Resolution recognizing April 27th as the Karen Wepsick Jamaica Plain Love Your Block Day of 2024.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Weber. Councilor Weber, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Saturday, April 27th is Love Your Block Day in Jamaica Plain. This year, the Jamaica Pond Neighborhood Association and I would like to honor that day in memory of Karen Wepsick, who passed away in October 2022. Like me, Karen was born in New York and later settled in Jamaica Plain. Karen was involved in several community organizations in JP, including the Footlight Club, the Arbor Way Committee, and the Jamaica Pond Association, holding several meetings at the Galway House on Center Street. She loved her community, neighbors, and Boston, and her presence was felt in several neighborhoods, including Jamaica Plain, Mission Hill, the Fenway, South Boston, and Roxbury. Karen loved participating in public-oriented activities like the annual Wake Up the Earth celebration and volunteered to participate in spring cleanup events in the neighborhood, like Love Your Block. I ask that my colleagues join JP residents in recognizing Karen for her lifelong efforts and declare Saturday, April 27th, Love Your Block in JP as the Karen Wepsick Jamaica Plain Love Your Block Day of 2024. I'm seeking suspension of the rules and adoption of this resolution to do just that.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta, Durkin, Fernand Anderson, Fitzgerald, Flynn, Mejia, Murphy, Santana. Please add the chair. Councilor Weber seeks suspension of the rules and passage of docket number 0710. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. Docket number 0710 has been adopted. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0711?
Docket number 0711, Councilor Fernandez Anderson offer the following. Resolution to recognize and honor Eid al-Fitr Day as the City of Boston holiday on April 10th, 2024.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernand Anderson. Councilor Fernand Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and thank you, Madam President. Eid al-Fitr holds immense significance for Muslims worldwide, making the end of Ramadan and fostering a sense of unity and reflection as we come together in devotion to God. I think every year when I do this, I use it as an opportunity to educate because it's important. Muslims, we believe that things happen by the, we say the qadr of Allah, basically by God's will. And so we don't force to educate, we don't force feed information to people. And that makes us very closed in, but I think we have a responsibility to educate and spread information. And so Allah, when you hear Allah, like it's not Allah, it's definitely not one word, it's two words, it's Al, the God. So you don't have to say, I would like my colleagues to stop saying this, you don't have to say whatever God if you call it Allah, because you're just saying God in Arabic. So when you say Allah, you are saying the God. That's it, the word the and then God. So I think in the spirit of educating and holding myself accountable to making sure that people understand that. And so I speak English, right? I'm not Arab and I don't speak Arabic fluently. So you can say to me, peace be unto you, if you don't know how to pronounce it, because sometimes when you mispronounce assalamu alaikum, you are pronouncing it something else. And so it's okay to say peace be unto you in that spirit as well. So as you know, Ramadan is done. Now I can stop talking about how I have, fasting brain or anything like that. It'll probably still last anyway. But I did want to share, and today I wanted to speak to the Islamic community as well as my colleagues here today. James Baldwin once said, and I actually have a binder here with his picture that I always bring into the chamber, that not everything that's faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced. And in the spirit of Eid, this entire Ramadan, Muslims everywhere in the world, I'm sure, are depressed and feel hopeless, as though that they themselves couldn't do anything other than pray or maybe attend a protest. There's been, several ways that I wanted to approach this, but because this is Eid, it is my responsibility. It's incumbent upon me as Muslim to speak the truth and to, again, bring education to this issue. So there are some things that we seem very capable of facing. For example, when Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th, our local political establishment quickly rallied to Israel's side. We saw that a We Stand With Israel rally was attended by our 2 senators as well as our several members of the city government and our own governor. We faced the death and destruction of that day, and we condemn it. It was wrong. It's horrible what happened, and we should support Israelis. So then, why can't we help? I can't help to wonder why we didn't face the death and destruction routinely meted out to the people of Gaza in the years prior. No one stood up to that, or at least even myself. And I speak for myself first, right? So for example, from 2006 to October 7, 2023, 6,000 Palestinians had been killed by Israeli forces. I recall no local officials, I wasn't in politics, but no one brought any light to it. No one attended rallies, no political official commenting on this, attending any rallies or uttering phrases that they stood with Gaza or West Bank for that matter. But let us go not too far back in history. Let us try to face recent history, since many of us were able to face it after October 7th. Since then, Israeli forces has been bombing Gaza. On October 3rd, Euromed Human Rights Monitor put together a document detailing the known destruction of the Israeli bombing campaign. As of April 3rd, they have documented 41,496 killed. They combined the number of known dead and missing. Here, just to be clear, the number likely is higher. In addition, 455 Palestinians have been killed by the Israeli military and settlers in the West Bank, despite the West Bank not being governed by Hamas. 77,250 injured, 136 journalists killed, 2 million displaced, 122,500 completely destroyed homes, 269,700 partially destroyed homes, 443 damaged schools. Speaking of which, there has been no schooling in Gaza since the commencement of this bombing, with around 620 students out of school. I couldn't imagine, I have sons and one still in high school, I couldn't imagine that for my own son. 2,217 destroyed industrial facilities, 647 damaged mosques and 3 damaged churches, 349 healthcare professionals killed and 520 injured, 301 healthcare facilities damaged or destroyed, including 29 hospitals, 69 clinics, and 203 ambulances. My colleagues, we have yet to face this. And so I stand here with you today with any of 2.3 million people under siege right now. Have we acknowledged or mentioned it? So in the spirit of coming to celebrate Eid after Ramadan, hearing that kids were getting just about 250 calories to break their fast. Imagine not eating or drinking water all day, or imagine your children not having any food all day, and then having to break fast with grass, not vegetables, not rice, not flour, grass. And then imagine those humanitarian aid being denied, and then imagine if you do volunteer to go, foreign people that have nothing to do with it, and then those, you've heard that recently, those people were killed, or a total of 7. Just in the last several weeks, we have learned of starving people trying to obtain food aid, being shot and killed in dozens by the forces. We have learned of the food aid being dropped by U.S. planes actually falling and killing Gazan children. We have learned of aid workers being murdered by Israeli forces. We have learned of the utter destruction of Al-Shifa Hospital by Israeli forces and the deaths of 400 Gazans there. We have learned that Human Rights Watch documented the destruction of an apartment building containing only civilians that was bombed by Israeli forces, killing at least 106 Gazans in the HRW calls a war crime. We have learned that at least 32 people, including 28 children, have literally starved to death in Gaza, and you've seen pictures of it and of them in social media. I saw a little baby, she was just about 4 or 5 years old, and her entire face was burnt. And they were trying to cheer her up, so they gave her a little lollipop, and it would hurt her to put the lollipop through her mouth because she had all these blisters from the burn around her mouth. And here, the Israeli government is starving children to death, literally, in Gaza Strip, with its deliberate and systemic obstruction of food aid. We have learned that Alex de Waal, the executive director of World Peace Organization, has said that we are about to witness in Gaza the most intense famine since Second World War. And since October 8th, we have learned Israeli airstrikes have killed at least 320 Lebanese people and have displaced around 90,000 people within Lebanon. Despite Lebanon being a sovereign state that Israel is not at a declared war with. We have learned these things, but we have not faced them. So I want to raise my voice here today because I can't possibly go home and celebrate Eid and say that it's the end of Ramadan or the completion of Ramadan and eat with my kids. Oftentimes you go home and the practice is this: you fast, you have to pray your 5 times a day prayer. So for those who don't know, it's Fajr, Duhur, Asr, Maghrib, and Isha. And then you have to pray the last prayer, which is Tarawih. And that ends about 10:30, 11 o'clock, depending on how long you stay at the mosque. But when you break fast, you literally have not eaten all day. So when you go put your food in your mouth, you remember that you haven't eaten all day. And then you remember that people in Sudan are suffering, people in Congo are suffering, children are being starved, literally on purpose, in Gaza, but also in West Bank now. So I want my colleague, I'm asking for a suspension and pass. Unfortunately, for me, inshallah, it's a Eid Mubarak, it's a blessed Eid. It doesn't mean happy, by the way, it means blessed. But it's not a Kareem Eid for Muslims this year, because we're all impacted. I know that you are. I know that you too are sad. I know that you too hurt when you see children all across, massacres in Congo and all across the world. And we say, oh, this is an international issue, but we as politicians in Boston have a responsibility. And I look to that conversation separate in the future with you. I look to your conversation. I'd like to thank my colleague, Councilor Weber, for having attempted, and hopefully we can organize better with community and do this work together. Because I do think it still needs to be talked about. And I ask that God forgives us all for every bit of responsibility that we have in this. I'm not in the position that I think anyone is a coward, no less than my own cowardice, because we all exert it in one way or fashion. So I ask that you forgive me for any way that I've offended you. I ask for protection for me, for my family. I ask for my colleagues to stop harassing me on social media or the news. I ask that we deal with each other civically and that we continue to work together. And hopefully we look at this as a humanitarian crisis in the future, inshallah. And today I'm asking for suspension and pass for a blessed Eid, and that we continue to do this work. But Eid is not just a feast. It's recognizing, it's working on yourself, it's reflection. It's much, much more than not eating and then having a big feast. So I'm sorry that I can't get up and cheer as I usually do for Eid. But I'm still asking your support today.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. The chair recognizes Councilor Weber. Councilor Weber, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to thank Councilor Fernandez-Anderson for her comments today. I mean, I think I agree with her in that all of us have been impacted by what is going on in Gaza. I think, especially Jews and Muslims, it's been hell that just never ends, and it's something that, is on the front of everyone's minds. And I do hope we can work together, and I hope all Muslims find some peace on this Eid. I know as we Jews go into Passover in a couple weeks, we're going to be feeling the same pain, and it's something again I will reiterate what I said on this topic a couple months ago. I think our federally elected officials, including the president, should do everything they can to bring an immediate end to what's going on and provide, humanitarian aid to the folks in Gaza. It's something that is a conversation that I know Muslims are having and Jews are having every night about what is going on, and it's impossible to watch, and I'm sure I'm going to mess this up, but may peace be with you, if that's even the expression. For Eid, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson and other Muslims who are celebrating or reflecting this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? The chair recognizes Councillor Braden. Councillor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor Fernandez-Anderson. I think so many of us are just lost for words with the immensity of this trauma, with the immensity of this crisis, with the immensity of this humanitarian catastrophe that folks in Gaza are experiencing right now. I just reflect on the fact that we all need to hold space so that we can acknowledge the trauma, we can acknowledge the grief, the profound sorrow and the pain that's happening. To echo Councillor Webber is, finding a way forward. The first thing we have to do is grieve, and also address the humanitarian crisis, and ensure and advocate to have safe passage for humanitarian aid to get into Gaza, and medical supplies and food. And I'm just feeling myself lost for words in terms of, and I'm perpetually lost for words in the face of this crisis. So, peace be with you, Councillor Fernandez-Anderson, and that's all I have to say. We just have to hold space to grieve and soothe each other's pain at this point, and advocate for humanitarian relief. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braden. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Councillor Fernandez-Anderson, thank you for sharing your heart and hurt with us. The images of young people, of babies starving and not having the food they need is unacceptable, and it's hard. The famine in Gaza, the famine in Sudan, the famine in Haiti, as a result of war and atrocities and violence. So I just echo the need for an immediate end so that folks can heal and not suffer in the way that they are. So thank you, and I look forward to my colleagues. I know there have been efforts, but working collaboratively to see what we can do and what we can say, and really, we are the Boston City Council without influence on international matters, but that doesn't stop me from speaking out on Haiti. It doesn't stop others from speaking out on the issues that matter most to them. And so this is a different Eid, and may peace be unto you. And may peace be unto everyone who's celebrating or marking this day, including my staffer, Hoden, who has today Eid off to be with her family. And so as if no one else is looking to speak on this matter, would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta, Durkin, Mejia, Pepin, Santana, Weber, Worrell. Please add the chair. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson seeks suspension of the rules and passage of docket number 0711. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Mr. Clerk, please conduct a roll call vote.
Roll call vote on docket number 0711. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta.
Yes.
Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Durkin. Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Yes. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald. Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn.
No.
Councilor Flynn, no. Councilor Lujan.
Yes.
Councilor Lujan, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin.
Yes.
Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana.
Yes.
Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber.
Yes.
Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0711 has received 12 votes in the affirmative and 1 in the negative.
Thank you. Docket number 0711 has been adopted. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0712?
Docket number 0712, Councilors Worrell and Fitzgerald offer the following. Resolution recognizing April 13th, 2024 as the Lewis D. Brown Day of Civic Engagement.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. I believe, Councilor Worrell, you're just going to want to do a roll call vote on this.
Yes, just looking for a suspension and pass. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? I should have just allowed that. Okay, would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta, Durkin, Fernandez Anderson, Mejia, Murphy, Pepen, Santana. Oh, Santana's on as third. Weber, and please add the chair.
I don't think I formally have added
Okay.
Councilor Santana, so
Okay,
I'd like to
okay.
suspend the rules and add Councilor Santana
Is
as
Councilor
original.
Fitzgerald on there as an original
Yes.
already? Yes, okay. All right, Councilor Wara asks suspension of the rules to add Councilor Santana as the third original co-sponsor. One second. To add Councilor Santana as a third original co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, Councilor Santana is so added.
And clerk, sorry, Council President, I just want to make sure that Councilor Fitzgerald is on there as well. Is he? All right, perfect. Awesome.
Yeah, sorry, I just didn't have it in front of me, but I see it now. 0712, Councilors Worrell and Fitzgerald, so he's on there. We just added Councilor Santana as an original third co-sponsor. We're adding, everyone added their name, adding Councilor Flynn to it. All those in favor of adoption of docket number 0712? I'll say aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you, the ayes have it, this docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, will you please read docket number 0713?
Docket number 0713, Councilor Weber offer the following. Resolution recognizing National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Weber. Councilor Weber, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to suspend the rules and add Councilor Durkin as a co-sponsor.
Councilor Durkin is so added. Councilor Weber, you have the floor.
Okay. National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week begins April 14th. The week is meant to recognize our 911 operators for the thankless work they do by assisting our residents in times of need and directing our first responders to the scene of an incident. Oftentimes, telecommunications personnel, especially our 911 operators, must be a calm voice during what is likely the worst crisis in the caller's life. This requires them to deal with mental health calls, domestic violence calls, and calls from people reporting a crime that has been committed. Over the weekend, NPR's All Things Considered aired a piece on 911 operators or 911 call centers across the country and found that many of the call centers are understaffed, leaving 911 operators who are underpaid, experiencing burnout and anxiety given the nature of their job. In my conversations with SEIU 888, which represents 911 operators, I learned that many 911 operators wanted to serve their communities, but that disabilities prevented them from serving as firefighters or police officers, so they chose to work as 911 operators. I also learned that many of our operators in Massachusetts suffer from burnout and leave the job before reaching retirement age due to the high stress and trauma of the work. Telecommunications personnel are highly trained professionals that we rely on, so it's important that we acknowledge their commitment and dedication to the residents of Boston. I am seeking suspension and adoption of this resolution and hope that my colleagues can join me in recognizing April 14th to the 20th as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. I'm happy to be working with SAU 888, and I'm uplifting next week by filing this resolution today. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Councilor Weber, for recognizing this the important work of our 911 call takers and dispatchers. At the council meeting on September 13, 2023, I filed a hearing order to review the mental health resources available to the city's workforce in a post-COVID-19 Boston. Later, I held a hearing to discuss this important issue, which was the forefront of my campaign priorities. This work unveiled the incredible responsibilities placed on our public safety telecommunicators during such a challenging time. During the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, from March 2020 to March 2021, the 911 Peer Support Network, a crisis intervention and peer support network team, which operates within Massachusetts State Peer Support Network, and is the first and only team comprised of 911 emergency telecommunicators within the network, received approximately 1,000 points of contact, while over a pre-COVID-19 period between July 2018 and 2020, the Peer Support Network team received approximately 500 points of contact. These experiences outline the absolute necessity of access to mental health care. Access to mental health resources during the height of the pandemic and during the aftermath has had a massive impact on the well-being of our society, neighborhood, and our economy. I believe we have a moral obligation to make sure our public employees have the best resources possible and have their mental health care needs addressed without fear or stigma. This resolution today is so important into recognizing how important their work is. Specifically, I want to call out SEIU 888 and Tony Landry, who do an incredible job advocating for civilian 911 dispatchers. On a personal level, I'm so passionate about stigma-free access to care because of my own family's experience with mental health, and I thank SEIU 888 for leading the way. I know behind every statistic, a person, a family, and a community is counting on us to make sure that all voices are at the table. And so again, I'm grateful to be a co-sponsor to uplift the important work of our public safety telecommunicators. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Flynn. Councillor Flynn, you have the floor. And then, I'm sorry, Councillor Breda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please add my name. These telecommunicator professionals provide exceptional service to the residents of Boston, including 911 operators. They're overworked, they're underpaid. We don't have enough of them. And as we celebrate this recognition in recognizing their work this week, let us also commit ourselves to ensuring that we ensure that they have dignity in the workplace and that they have time off and that they're able to spend some time with their families, because it's a very challenging and difficult job, stressful job, in being forced to work 16 hours a week and not spending time with your families does have an impact. I also want to recognize our former colleague, Councilor Flaherty, and the work he did on this issue for so many years, supporting our 911 operators and public safety professionals. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Braden. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Councillor Weber, for offering this resolution. I think one of the dockets that we voted on today is with regard to contract settlements. One of the consequences of the negotiations with the senior police officers, get it right. But anyway, one of the consequences is that we're moving towards civilian supervisors in the 911 call centre, and this is a huge step forward that many of our 911 call operators were advocating for. They've got an increase in pay, and they've now got a career path forward because there'll be supervisory positions open to them. And so I think we've really I know I was working with Councillor Flaherty last year to really advocate for the 911 call operators, and working with SEIU 888 to improve working conditions and have more recognition for the incredible work that our 911 operators do. They are truly the first responders, because the first people you call 911. The first person to respond to your call are the 911 call operators, and very often they work under incredibly stressful conditions, and I'm really appreciative of Councillor Weber for offering this resolution to recognise that incredibly valuable work. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? I just want to thank Councillor Weber for filing. I want to thank Councillor Braden and everyone else who is doing incredible work on this issue for our incredible 911 operators. Councillor Durkin shouted out SEIU Local 888, Tony Landry, all of them, Malika, all of the people there who are doing incredible work but aren't getting the support that they need from the city to make it a job that is less stressful than what they experience, because they are often forced to work overtime on their birthdays, on holidays. And so we really need to make sure that we are investing in them, investing in our 911 operators. And I just want to thank again my colleague for elevating this issue, and my colleagues for all of their diligence and all of their work on this issue. Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councillors Braden, Coletta, Fitzgerald, Flynn, Mejia, Murphy, Pepin, Santana, Worrell. Please add the chair. Councillors Weber and Durkin seek suspension of the rules. Councillors Weber and Durkin seek suspension of the rules and passage of docket number 0713. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. Docket number 0713 has been adopted. Mr. Clerk, will you please read docket number 0714?
Docket number 0714, Councilors Murphy and Fitzgerald offer the following. Resolution recognizing Polish Constitution Day and flag raising on May 3rd, 2024.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So I stand to present this resolution that I know that Councilor Fitzgerald and I would like to suspend and pass today. The Polish Constitution Day is celebrated on May 3rd each year and commemorates the signing of the Constitution in 1791, which was one of the first modern constitutions in the world and an important moment in the history for Poland. After gaining their independence in 1918, May 3rd became a holiday in Poland, and this day, like many other holidays, was not celebrated during the time of the communist government. Following the collapse of the Soviet Union, this holiday was restored by Poland in 1990. Polish immigrants have made significant contributions to the culture, politics, and education of Boston, and their legacy continues to thrive in the city today. Today, Polish Americans continue to contribute to our city and country in business, government, politics, religion, the U.S. military, building trades, and organized labor. They also contribute immensely to our arts and culture as well as sports. So I do want to uplift the Polish community, which is strong here in Boston, and especially the Dorchester's Polish Triangle, where the Polish American Club is, that Councilor Fitzgerald represents, along with all of us at-large councilors, and that on May 3rd, we ask that the Property Management Department raise the flag at 11 a.m. on May 3rd to celebrate our Polish residents and community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. Councilor Fitzgerald, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to shine more light on the Polish American Citizens Club that's in the Polish Triangle of District 3. I know many folks have had an opportunity to go there, and it's a really actually fantastic place, and there's actually a lot of history there that has taken place there, visits from JFK and other things that they have up on the second floor in pictures and stuff like that. So we love the community, we love the Polish folks, and I think that this honoring their Polish Constitution Day and flag raising on May 3rd would be a great way to celebrate that. Thank you, Chip.
Thank you, Councilor Fitzgerald. I had recently had the opportunity to go with you, and Councilor Pepin and others were there as well. And I'd been there a number of times, my first time going to the second floor and really seeing that history, and it was really, really, really incredible. Anyway, I think it's really neat to understand the role that communities and that different immigrant groups have had on the city, and I think that the second floor made it very, very palpable. So I want to shout out the Polish American Citizens Club, I believe is the name, for all of the work that they do in the city and for the work that they do really returning their heritage and history. It was really beautiful to see. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and please add my name. I also represent a large Polish community right with Councilor Fitzgerald in the Polish Triangle, and was proud to get that area along with Councilor Fitzgerald in the Andrews Square area. I know this area, I know the Polish community very well. I know their contributions they have made to our city and to our country, and had the opportunity to visit Poland in the late 80s when martial law was declared. But I saw the resilience of the Polish community, the Polish people, whether it was fighting communism or it was fighting Nazism or fighting for justice. But honored to be part of this wonderful community, this engaging community, and celebrating the enormous contributions the Polish people have made to our city and to our country. And not only do we have a large Polish community in South Boston and Dorchester, but we have a Polish community in the Hyde Park area as well, and outside of Boston and Chelsea and Springfield. But we're also celebrating the Polish and the Polish Americans' contributions in making our country better. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Councilor Murphy?
To mention this earlier, that many of us see Władimir, I don't know if I pronounced his name correctly, but he is the property management chief power plant engineer, and he was one of the Shattuck Award winners last time, and he was was very proud when we raised the flag last year, and when he was presented with the Shattuck Award, many of the Polish community was there to celebrate with them. So I did just want to uplift that before we took a vote. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. You have the floor.
I just wanted to shout out one of my favorite people, a resident of the West End, Carol Matika, who has done so much to preserve the Polish tradition and lives in the West End and is a great person if you get the chance to meet her, and is now the president-elect of the West End Civic Association. So really excited for her and her leadership, and just wanted to shout her out. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta, Durkin, Fernandez Anderson, Mejia, Pepin, Santana, Weber, Worrell. Please add the chair. Councilors Murphy and Fitzgerald to suspension of the rules and passage of docket number 0714. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. Docket number 0714 has been adopted. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0715?
Docket number 0715, Councilor Murphy offered the following. Resolution calling for a hiring freeze in the city of Boston.
The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. We all know that we're entering treacherous waters here. We're already in them, and they have ramifications across city government for all of our constituents. What's vital moving forward, that I believe, is that all of our stakeholders have a seat at the table, that none of the brothers and sisters in the labor movement, these men and women who are colleagues and friends to many of us, be sidelined the way that has happened in the past, and that we approach these choppy next few months with the budget season with an eye on preserving core services and providing the people of the city of Boston with the government they deserve. I look forward to working closely with Darling Lombos on the ways that we can make sure that we on the council are doing all we can to support our city workers from CENA, NAGE, AFSCME, and SEIU unions. I am withdrawing it at this time, but look forward to the conversation, and I will be presenting something with some different wording soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy, and thank you for withdrawing. We heard from a number of unions who talked about how overburdened and overworked they were, and that we need to make sure that we are hiring for the many positions that our workers, that our city workers feel overburdened in, especially our lowest paid workers. And so, Mr. Clerk, please withdraw docket number 0715. Mr. Clerk, will you please read docket number 0716?
Docket number 0716, Councilors Louisiana and Fernandez Anderson offered the following. Resolution recognizing the week of April 11th to the 17th as Black Maternal Health Week.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Council President Louis Jen.
Thank you, Councilor Worrell, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank everyone. Starting off, can I suspend the rules and add Councilor Mejia as an original co-sponsor?
Mr. Clerk, please add Councilor Mejia as original co-sponsor. All those in favor say aye.
No. Oh, no, it's absent. It's hard, okay. It's hard if you're on that side, so absent objection.
Oh, absent objection, Councilor Mejia is so added as original co-sponsor.
Thank you. Thank you. It took me some time too. So tomorrow, as I said earlier this morning during our budget breakfast, tomorrow is when Black Maternal Health Week starts. We know that there are deep health disparities. A lot of them are written in this resolution. Black women in the United States experience maternal mortality rates that are 3 to 4 times higher than those of white women, a disparity that exists regardless of income or education level, and are disproportionately affected by life-threatening maternal health conditions like preeclampsia, postpartum hemorrhage, blood clots, alongside a higher incidence of pregnancy-related complications. The Black Maternal Health Week was founded by Black Mamas Matter Alliance, dedicated to awareness, activism, and community building, aiming to amplify the voices, perspective, and lived experience of Black mothers and birthing people. And this is a week to engage in dialogue, share knowledge, and take action to address those health disparities. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Maternal Outcomes Matter Showers Tour is coming to Boston this weekend and exemplifies a successful model for improving maternal health outcomes by connecting thousands of women, men, and children to essential health services. So I just wanted to take this moment to acknowledge Black Maternal Health Week. As a Black woman, especially with family members, you just see the disparities in outcomes and the difficult time the women that I know and in my life have in the birthing process. And so I just want to make sure that in the budget process that we are intentional. I want to, the mayor talked about highlighting it, and so it was just it was one of those instances that was a perfect coming together of people who are really trying to uplift this issue to try to close this pernicious health gap. So I just want to recognize Black Maternal Health Week and want to thank my co-sponsors. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleague for adding me to this. As a black mother myself, it deeply concerns me, obviously, in terms of the disparities in maternal health outcomes faced by Black women in our country. Specifically, we did a training on just visceral trauma in my past work, and it was alarming to me how Black women internalize their experiences or visceral trauma from work or their environment or how they're treated. And that in itself, that it lives within their DNA and therefore face a lot of health issues, especially during labor. That in itself, I think, speaks volumes to sort of like the systemic oppressive structures, but also just how already our bodies are compromised because of racism, systemic or otherwise. And so, of course, this resolution underscores the urgent need to address systemic issues, and I look forward to supporting any policies that address maternal health crisis among Black women. And just as a reminder for us in the ongoing need to build health care systems that is inclusive, equitable, and responsive to the needs of all mothers, especially Black mothers. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia.
Thank you. And I just want to thank my colleagues for adding me. Several years since I've been on the council, I've been filing this, so I'm glad that Councilor Louis-Jean and Councilor Fernandez decided to add me as a co-sponsor because this is deeply important to me. So thank you for that. So just really quick before I start, I want to give a shout out and I want to acknowledge some folks. So Nashira Burrell, Tiffany Basso, and Emily Anesta, and Senator Miranda, all women who have been in the trenches as it relates to advocating for and fighting alongside our office and everyone here on the council to ensure that we are uplifting Black maternal health and also making sure that we're fighting for those dollars to make advocacy possible. So I just want to highlight the women that have been in the trenches for a long time doing this work. As we know, African American women in particular have the highest rate of infant mortality than any racial ethnic group in the United States. And I'm gonna just put this speaks for my heart because that's what I do the best. So a lot of the work that we've been doing alongside Vital Village and other organizations is really looking at, and even the Boston Medical Center is really looking at how women navigate services, and there is a lot of discrepancies and a lot of discrimination that happens because oftentimes doctors believe that we're not smart enough to know what we need. And, I talk about the fact that when I had Annalise, I had gestational diabetes. And I was forced literally to have a C-section. And had I known, they always say, I wish I knew if I knew what I knew then, I probably would have had a different choice. Had I had a choice to bring my daughter into this world differently, I would have opted to do that. But I don't think that the healthcare system really sees us or values us, and oftentimes are making decisions for us. And so for me, as someone who has experienced this personally, I know that if my experience as a Black Latina, I could only imagine, and this is why I am signing on to this and always continuing to fight, because Black women have it 10 times, if not harder, than most. So I just want to uplift that, and that's why I believe that the work that Tiffany Vassell has been doing in this space alongside Nashira Burrell is so important, because this is what we need in the city of Boston, a neighborhood birthing center that allows women and people of birthing to have a space to bring their children into the world as they see fit. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin.
Thank you so much. This is such an important issue. So many of us have heard the names of women postpartum who have suffered from depressive symptoms, have suffered from suicidal ideations after pregnancy, but too many of us don't talk about it. And Black women are 2 times more likely to have suicidal ideations, but are way less likely to be diagnosed or to be treated for it. And this is so incredibly important that we bring this to the council, that we bring this to the forefront. So thank you so much to the makers for this. I'm proud to add my name, and anything about Black maternal health is reproductive justice, and we are, as a society, at a crossing point, or at a crossroads of whether we are going to be able, and whether women across the country will be able to access abortion care. So this could not be more important, because being able to be a Black mom means being able to choose to not be a Black mom. And I think reproductive justice in all senses, being able to raise a healthy baby, being able to access the care you need after pregnancy, this is all reproductive justice. And I'm really honored that my colleagues are bringing this to the council, and that we'll be able to continue this conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank Councillor Louisiane, Councillor Fernandez, and Councillor Mejia for offering this resolution. I don't know if any of you know this, but I'm the daughter of a community midwife. My mother was a community midwife and district nurse in Northern Ireland way back. If you watch Call the Midwife, that was my mother way back in the 50s on her bicycle. So Dr. Odukutu this morning announced that the BPHC was dedicating significant funds to support maternal health and pre- and postnatal care for basically, and she referenced Black Maternal Health Week. So I think this is critically important. There is a huge problem here that's reflective of the systemic racism within our healthcare system, where the needs of Black mothers are unrecognised. Complications in pregnancy and after birth are often misunderstood or not recognised, often causing severe medical consequences and sometimes death. And that threatens the life of the mother, but also the life of the child. So please add my name, and I really applaud my colleagues for raising up this issue, and let us continue to work. This is not going to be a simple fix. We're going to have to keep working on this. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank my colleague for some statistics, but I think it's important in terms of, putting it in the context in terms of like suicidalities or being more likely to experience suicidality. I think, it speaks volumes, and I think in its proper context, it's understanding that Black women are less likely to be diagnosed, meaning that even when they do complain, even when they do seek help, even when they do come from middle class or lower class, or upper, that they are responded to last, that they are treated as though they're, and then you've heard of experimentations, the study, ridiculous study that came out, supposedly that Black people, or even specifically Black mothers, experience less pain in labor. So all of these types of racist practices and ignorant ideologies that's been implemented in our past, historic and still current medical practices do impact all of this, so leading to depression. And if you experience any kind of like postpartum depression, or just maybe it's a simple circumstantial or situational depressive NOS, which is like temporary depression, but then leading or triggering past potential decompensation, which just means that like you can sort of trigger mental health that you've experienced or witnessed, or that it's in your like gene pool. So maybe you weren't thinking about suicidality, or you're not that Black women would be more likely to experience it just by being Black, but in its context that all of this has to lead to that. And I thank you so much for raising that, because it's such an important point, and I just wanted to add that to that. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Santana.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was very hesitant to stand up and speak on this, understanding the privilege I have of being a male, and but also as understanding as a son of a black woman, and as a brother of and best friend of a Black woman, my sister. I thought it was also important for us men to rise with the women on this council, and just really want to thank the leadership of President Louis Jen, Councilor Mejia, and Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, and just know that that I'm here in support, and really looking forward to seeing what policies we can really implement to prevent what's happening. So thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak? I'm going to say a few words. I consider myself an ally in this work. So I also want to just thank Council President Louis Jen, Council Fernandez-Anderson, Council Mejia. I also want to just give a big shout out to the Family Nurturing Center, the Neighborhood Birth Center, the Mayor's Office of Women Advancement, BPHC, and Room to Grow, and also NEMA. This week serves as a reminder of the stark disparities faced by Black women in maternal health outcomes. And despite income or educational levels, Black women in the United States continue to experience maternal mortality rates that are three to four times higher than those of white women. In Boston, Boston Public Health Commission released a study last year saying that infant mortality for Black infants is 3 times that for white infants. It's time for funding and action to address these health disparities. I'm proud to have collaborated with the Mayor's Office of Women Advancement, where we awarded $50,000 to the Neighborhood Birth Center through the Healthy Pregnancy and Birth Grants. This grant aims to respond to the pressing need for support, particularly among Boston's diverse communities. And the grant will also help the Neighborhood Birth Center in their final push to open a physical center in Roxbury next year. I'm also working with the Mayor's Office of Women Advancement to expand a doula training program in high schools such as the Burke. We have had discussions with the registry about how we can better collect and track demographic data around infant mortality. Additionally, we are currently accepting donations for Room to Grow's charity drive at my district office in Dorchester ahead of their Black Maternal Health Week talk on Friday at More Than Words. And for those who might be unfamiliar with them, Room to Grow seeks to provide essential resources to families in need, contribute to the well-being for the community. So looking forward to continuing this work during budget season, and I thank my colleagues again for bringing this forward. Council President Louis Jen, Council Fernandez. Oh yeah, add my names. Yep, add it. Anyone like to add their name? Clerk, please add Council Braden, Council Coletta, Council Durkin, Council Fitzgerald, Council Flynn, Council Murphy, Council Pepin, Council Santana, Council Weber, and please add Council Worrell. Council President Louis Jen, Council Fernandez-Anderson, Council Mejia seeks suspension of the rules and passes the docket number 0716. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Docket number 0176 has been adopted.
Thank you, Councilor Rao. And I think Councilor Braden may have mentioned it, but I was remiss. I just wanted to shout out to Dr. Ojukutu over at the Boston Public Health Commission. Important to have her in that role as a Black woman who's laser focused on this issue. That is a large one, and it requires all of us to be laser focused. But just wanted to shout out Dr. Ojukutu. Mr. Clerk, will you please read docket number 0717?
Docket number 0717, Councilor Worrell offered the following. Resolution in support of Senate Bill 2600, an act enhancing school bus safety.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to add Councilor Pepin and Councilor Durkin as original co-sponsors.
Councilor Pepin is added as an original co-sponsor. Councilor Worrell seeks suspension of the rules to add Councilor Durkin as an original third co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, Councilor Durkin is so added. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. Last week, I was able to visit the BPS Transportation Department and get an up-close look at how things work there. I know that our student safety is the utmost concern, and this legislation, which is up on Beacon Hill, will make it easier to ticket drivers who go around a bus with a flashing stop sign out when students are entering and exiting the bus. Additionally, the bill will allow cameras to be mounted on MBTA buses to ensure bus lanes are kept clear of cars. This part of the bill will solve for a few things. Right now, BTD is having trouble filling all its positions, and this type of enforcement can sometimes lead to altercations, making it even trickier on our parking enforcement officers. When we're talking about camera enforcement, it's important to acknowledge that in the past there have been concerns on due process and privacy. In terms of due process, an actual person will be reviewing each infraction before it's sent out. And in terms of privacy, this camera is limited enough that when I talked to the ACLU of Massachusetts, they signed off on this bill. I want to thank Senator Paul Mark for bringing this bill forward on Beacon Hill, and I hope the message we send today will help our Boston delegation move this forward. There are strong benefits to this type of enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Worrell. The chair recognizes Councilor Pepin. Councilor Pepin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd just like to thank Councilor Worrell for bringing this to the floor today, because this is an issue that I've been advocating for quite some time as well. I do want to give a quick shout out to the state legislator, because without their support, this cannot happen in Boston. And during my maiden speech, I talked about the use of to install cameras on the stop signs of the school buses, because as I mentioned, in PBD they did a pilot, and in the first 5 weeks of that pilot program, they found out that 850 vehicles violated that stop sign. That's Peabody, Massachusetts. Imagine how many cars violate the stop sign in Boston on a daily basis. That's a safety concern, a public health concern to our city. I also want to make sure that, as Councilor Worrell mentioned, that our bus lanes are cleared up, because Washington Street in Rosno has a beautiful bus lane, but routinely on a daily basis in the morning, it's covered up by the cars parked illegally, and our buses cannot go through there smoothly. So I'm happy to stand here in support and make sure that I'm just part of this process to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pepin. The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much to Councilor Worrell for adding me as a third co-sponsor. And Councilor Enrique Pepin, tomorrow morning we'll be having a hearing on his maiden speech at 10 a.m. about pedestrian safety around schools. So we have a really unique opportunity here to have a conversation tomorrow morning, but also to support this important bill. The challenges facing our transportation network are many, but safety challenges must be our top priority. The implementation of infrastructure improvements, such as small-scale safety efforts like daylighting crosswalks, installing speed humps, re-engineering signal timing, resurfacing intersection curb ramps, making sure that tactile pads and pavers are up to date, and even fresh coats of paint, complement larger infrastructure improvements such as centering bus lanes and an ever-expanding multimodal transportation network that not only addresses the concerns, but also resiliency, equity, and accessibility concerns. Through the implementation of improvements, we know that infrastructure is much more effective to ensure the safety and mobility for all road users than relying on lawful behavior by road users. Certainly, we know that speeding and red light running is not the norm, but infrastructure that permits such violations of traffic regulations by even one person compromises the safety of all road users. And kids are specifically important to protect as the most vulnerable of vulnerable road users. That's why it's necessary to include improvements through technology that assist in enforcement efforts as part of an overall vision for transportation safety. I could not be more excited about this bill at the State House to allow for cameras to be placed on school and MBTA buses in order to ensure safety trips of all riders. We know that deboarding from an MBTA bus that cannot pull up to the curb due to a parked car, or kids getting off of a school bus in the wake of a car violating the outstretched stop handle, leaves one in an incredibly dangerous position. I've been heartened to see the progress that this technology enforcement is successfully used in other cities, as close to Somerville at the curb level. And I know that some may have concerns around this technology being used, but I've been assured that it would be only at the license plate level, which I think is a really important thing. We need the tools, especially with an understaffed police department. It's the biggest thing I hear from residents of my district is that we need enforcement on our streets. So I urge my colleagues to support this important bill and to give this bill a boost at the State House. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Durkin. The chair recognizes Councilor Santana. Councilor Santana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to rise to thank Councilor Morell for offering this resolution in support of Senate Bill 2600, an act enhancing school bus safety, and I would like to ask the clerk to please add my name. Automated traffic enforcement is something I've been working and thinking a lot about, especially as we work to ensure safety for all of our students and all of our pedestrians. This bill has common sense provisions to ensure school buses are equipped with sensors to inform the driver of anyone near the bus who might be in a blind spot, as well as to allow using cameras mounted on buses to enforce traffic violations of other vehicles using bus lanes or bus stops. I'm looking forward to supporting this resolution and to our state legislator to continuing their work on this important bill to provide greater safety for all of our streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta, Fernand-Anderson, Fitzgerald, Flynn, Murphy, Pepin, Santana, Weber. Please add the chair. Councilors Worrell, Pepin, and Durkin seek suspension of the rules and passage of docket number 0717. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0717. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta. Yes. Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Durkin. Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Yes. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald. Yes. Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn. Yes. Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Louis-Jean.
Yes.
Councilor Louis-Jean, yes. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin. Yes. Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana. Yes. Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber. Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0717 has received 12 votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Docket number 0717 has been adopted. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0718?
Docket number 0718, Councilor Flynn offered the following. Resolution declaring speeding, cars, and reckless driving as a public health emergency.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, may I add Councilor Pepin as an original co-sponsor and suspend Rule 12 and add Councilor Murphy?
Thank you. Councilor Pepin is added as an original co-sponsor. Councilor Flynn seeks suspension of the rules to add Councilor Murphy as a third original co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, Councilor Murphy is so added. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Pedestrian fatalities and injuries have been a serious issue here in Boston. Recent weeks, there have been already 2 pedestrian fatalities, 1 pedestrian being seriously injured by cars as well. Last year, in 2023, there were 7 pedestrian fatalities. In 2022, there were 12 pedestrian fatalities. This is not just a public safety concern, it's a public health concern. In recent years, the number of pedestrian deaths and serious injuries caused by car crashes have soared, not just here in Boston, but throughout the country. Pedestrian deaths being up 77%. according to the Governor's Highway Safety Bureau. Some have noted that the COVID-19 pandemic already allowed many drivers to treat less congested roads as a license to speed or drive recklessly, which becomes normalized even now after the pandemic. In this mix, there's also smartphone use and distracted driving as well. I see it throughout my district, District 2 in South Boston, Chinatown, the South End, but also throughout the city as well. Advocates, researchers, public health organizations have discussed the link between road safety and public health, with the World Health Organization highlighting road safety as a public health issue due to the high incidence of death and injuries caused by traffic back in 2004. New York State Department of Health identifies motor vehicle traffic injuries as a major public health problem as well. Declaring speeding cars and unsafe roads as a public health emergency will help to raise awareness and elevate this issue, drawing attention to the urgency it needs and is required. Allow our dedicated city departments and the Boston Public Health Commission to work together, along with the Boston Police and with residents, to develop strategies to reduce car crashes and traffic fatalities and injuries. I also want to acknowledge the work Councilor Frank Baker has done on this issue as well. This would also allow us to get more data on the problem, identify risk factors for speeding and reckless driving, develop prevention strategies, and ensure that these strategies are adopted. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Pepin. Councilor Pepin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Councilor Flynn, for adding me as a co-sponsor. I feel like my talking points, unfortunately, are getting repetitive when it comes to this topic, because this is a public health issue. I think about the young boy, the 4-year-old that got killed on Wood Ave last year in Hyde Park. I think about just a few weeks ago, a pedestrian was struck in the intersection of Bexley Road and Washington Street in Rosendale. And I think of the countless emails I receive of people complaining because they fear crossing the street from one side of Blue Hill Ave to the other one in Mattapan. And it's all because of speeding drivers. And it's an issue that unfortunately continues to impact not just my district, but the entire city. And I also want to just elevate the fact that not only do we have to focus on creating infrastructure that slows vehicles down, like Councilor Flynn mentions about raised crosswalks and stop signs, and you have to think about enforcement as well, which is good that just the hearing order before was talking about camera enforcement, and we need to think about that as well. But even as residents, as a driver myself, we need to hold ourselves accountable. We need to, when we're driving a vehicle, we need to remember that a vehicle is a weapon. Yes, it is a mechanism of transportation, but it is also a weapon because it can kill someone. So we need to take responsibilities as drivers when we're out there on the road. Just be mindful of our surroundings. So I'm just, unfortunately, I find myself talking about this again, but I'm proud to stand on this side of the issue and just looking forward and asking our colleagues to support this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. And Councilor Pepin, there's certain topics that are worth talking about over and over again, and this is definitely one of them. So I'd like to thank Councilor Flynn for adding me as an original co-sponsor. I was going to rise at the last docket about bus safety, but what I'm going to talk about here is related to it also. What I see and is disturbing to me is that too many drivers don't stop at the crosswalk, and many times a week I'll be driving and I see a bus stop at the, on the right side of the road, and the children get off the bus near the crosswalk and they run across thinking that people are going to follow the rules, and they should be able to trust that. And too often I'm just worried that a car is just going to drive right through the crosswalk. And we know tragically that it has happened to one is too many here in the city. Also, I live, the corner of my house is a crosswalk, and I've counted over 20 cars when I go there to walk my dog across the street at the park, and sometimes it's 3-4 minutes, and I'm counting how many cars just drive right by, just completely ignoring that there is a crosswalk. And it is a busy intersection where many children come from the side streets to, go over and enjoy the park. So we have to enforce the laws we have on the books, but I do know that we also have to make sure that drivers are held responsible, and that we do all we can on this body to make sure that we get it right and support the police officers who are obviously doing all they can and whatever else support they need when they're doing traffic enforcement. I'm here to support that.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I want to thank Councilor Flynn and the sponsors, and I appreciate everyone's leadership on this. I was devastated to hear of the lives lost. One life is too many, and that's exactly why we have Vision Zero, to get to 0 pedestrian fatalities. Just last night, there was a crash in the North End on Commercial Street. And so, generally speaking, I think that any call for infrastructure improvements in our streets that protect pedestrians from speeding cars is welcomed. I do like the language in here that supports the comprehensive approach that is highlighted, and just acknowledge the work that's taking place within our streets cabinet to get to Vision Zero. Through Madam President, I have a question for the sponsor, if I may.
You may.
Okay. I was just thinking about our legal authority, talking about public health emergencies and who is actually, who has the authority to declare them. I'm wondering if through this resolution you meant that the Boston Public Health Commission should be the ones calling for a public health emergency, or to issue a declaration of a public health emergency as is required. They're the only ones that have the authority to do that. As defined by Mass General Law, Chapter 111, Subsection 30, as well as the Boston Public Health Act of 1995. So is that what you meant? Just because it's not stated here, it says the Boston City Council declaring a public health emergency. And if you were to do the first, that would be the thing that would unlock the investment and resources that we need beyond the city's budget, obviously. But I just wanted to clarify that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta. Councilor Flynn, would you like to respond?
Yes, Madam Chair, I think Councilor Coletta is right. Boston Public Health Commission is the only city agency that can declare a public health emergency. Maybe it's important for us to reach out to the Boston Public Health Commission, let them know about this resolution, and maybe see what other services and programs that might be available to us and to residents, including public awareness, public education campaigns on the dangers of a speeding car.
So,
one moment. Okay, sorry, I know your slide is still on. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta. Councilor Coletta, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. So I think that warrants further discussion, and so I would like to have this go to committee so that we can have the Boston Public Health Commission come in and talk about what it means to declare a public health emergency. We should do it expeditiously, obviously. This is a public safety issue, and we're all generally supportive, and it is a well-intentioned resolution. I would like to understand more what sort of resources this would tap into should we declare it a public health emergency. But generally supportive, I just think that there's a larger conversation needed. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The recommendation made by Councilor Coletta is accurate. I think it will add to the discussion. She makes a great recommendation, and it should be studied further about what opportunities there are for public health to help educate us on the dangers of driving. So a committee hearing would be helpful to the entire body. So I agree with Councilor Coletta. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. Was anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? The chair, Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta, Durkin, Fitzgerald, Pepin. Oh no, Pepin's Santana, or Weber, Worrell, and please add the chair. Because of this, there's a desire here to declare this a public health emergency. I will be sending this docket to the public health to the Public Health, Homelessness, and Recovery Committee. We are now moving on to personnel orders. Mr. Clerk, would you please read the personnel orders?
Docket number 0719, Councilor Louisiana for Councilor Mejia, personnel order.
The chair moves for passage of dockets number 0719 and of docket number 0719. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. The personnel order has passed.
Docket number 0720, Councilor Louisiana for Councilor Murphy, personnel order.
The chair moves for passage of docket number 0720. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. This personnel order has passed. We are now moving on to green sheets. Is anyone looking to pull anything from the green sheets? The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. I would like to pull dockets 0546 and 0547 from the green sheets. These are recommendations from the Boston Landmarks Commission for the landmark designation of 2 downtown buildings at 133 Federal Street, the Blue Cross Blue Shield building, and 29 Bromfield Street, the Hutchinson building. Before I give the opportunity, can I make sure these are properly before?
Yeah. Thank you, Councilor Durkin. Mr. Clerk will read it into the record.
From the Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation, docket number 0546. Communication was received from the City Clerk transmitting a communication from the Boston Landmarks Commission for the City Council action on the designation of the Blue Cross Blue Shield building, 133 Federal Street, Boston, Mass, as a landmark, in effect after April 20th, 2024, if not acted upon. And docket number 0547. Communication was received from the City Clerk transmitting a communication from the Boston Landmarks Commission for City Council action on the designation of the Hutchinson building at 29 Bromfield Street, Boston, Mass, as a landmark, in effect after April 20th, 2024, if not acted upon.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The matters are properly before the body. Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Council President. First, I wanted to offer some process-related context for my colleagues. Our next council meeting will take place on May 1st, 2024. However, these landmark designations will take effect on April 20th, 2024, if not acted upon. Understanding the importance of the council's voice in this process, I wanted to bring these dockets before the council for proper consideration before I request to suspend the rules and pass both dockets today. On February 27th, the Boston Landmarks Commission voted unanimously to designate both the Hutchinson building and the Blue Cross Blue Shield building as landmarks. The Hutchinson building at 29 Bromfield was built in 1924. It is an example of classic revival commercial architecture in the Central Business District, designated by architect Ralph Harrington Doane for Boston real estate investor and developer J. Murray Howe, a founding member of what is now the Greater Boston Real Estate Board. Built about 50 years after the Great Boston Fire of 1872, this building was a resilient example of regrowth following the tragedy after the blaze. I find all this history to offer helpful perspective in the modern day as we evaluate the transition of downtown buildings and growth in the area as well. As for the Blue Cross Blue Shield building located at 133 Federal Street, it was built in the 1960s. The building was intended to headquarter Blue Cross Blue Shield in downtown Boston during a time of suburban flight, and it was an opportunity for the company to promote itself as progressive and dedicated to providing much needed access to affordable health care. This is one of 3 buildings in Boston designated by renowned architect Paul Rudolph and was the first new building erected in Central Business District since the 1920s. It was also the first brutalist architecture style building in Boston. We're in a brutalist architecture building right now, but that's a conversation for another day. I'd like to yield to my colleague, Councilor Flynn, and I would also like to give the opportunity to Councilor Coletta if she'd like to speak on either of on the other building, which is in her district. So for Councilor Flynn, we'll yield to him on the Hutchinson building at 29 Bromfield Street.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, a question to the sponsor or to the chair. So if this is not acted upon very soon, then it becomes law. Is that accurate?
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Durkin. Councillor Durkin, you have the floor.
Yes, because our next meeting is May 1st, this would become a Boston landmark because we have not yet acted on it. So I wanted to give us the opportunity to vote on it. If we don't vote on it today, it will become a Boston landmark without the Boston City Council's approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Flynn, do you have further? The chair recognizes Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm somewhat, well, let me start over. I do wish we had a hearing on this, especially if something is in my district, so I'm aware of it. I'm gonna support it. I'm not gonna object to it because I know time is of the essence. But I do want to know about an issue that's happening in the downtown area. I've represented it for 7 years now. Are we certain we're not able to have a committee hearing on it, Madam Chair?
I will pass it to Councillor Durkin to respond, but my understanding is that even if there was a hearing that was held, there's no meeting prior to this automatically becoming law. But Councillor Durkin, I will cede the floor to you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Flynn. So at least with, I'm a district councillor, so at least with the things that have been considered in my district with landmarks considerations, I've had the opportunity to participate in those processes through the Landmarks Commission. So that's part of the reason why I'm advocating for more money for the Landmarks Commission in this year's budget, because oftentimes they don't have all the necessary tools and finances to be able to do that outreach to us. And so respectfully, also my predecessor in this position, Councillor Frank Baker, oftentimes pulled these to the floor without having a hearing. I think he was a great leader in the Planning, Development, and Transportation Committee. So following his stead and the stead of many former chairs, I'm bringing this to make sure that we have the chance to vote on it as a council, and respectfully, as we find, if I will stay abreast as the Planning, Development, and Transportation Chair of what is happening in all of the districts, and I'm happy to take that on as the Planning, Development, and Transportation Chair. When things are acted upon, I'm happy to communicate those in the future. Thank you so much. Do you have any response, Councillor Flynn? If not, I will yield to Councillor Coletta.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Councillor Durkin. The chair recognizes Councillor Flynn. Councillor Flynn, you have the floor.
I'm going to vote in favor of this. I'm not going to object to it. But as a district city council, when something happens in my district, I want to be part of the decision making. I want to know every fact about this decision. I don't want to vote on something where I'm not prepared. I think every district councilor would want to know something that's happening in their district as well. What will prevent us, Madam Chair, from this happening again, where we are able to have a hearing, we are able to find out and learn about a landmark discussion? Would the particular chair of a committee call a hearing, or do we just go to the green sheets and vote on it? But I would like to have a hearing when things are in my district. That's how I am as a district city councilor. I want to know everything that's happening in District 2.
Thank you, Councillor Flynn. I believe, as Councillor Durkin stated, that it's within the purview of each chair. Last term, my first term, definitely saw a lot of pulls from the landmarks, and so it's up to the purview of the chair. Mr. Clerk, dockets are number 0546 and 0547. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta. Councilor Coletta, you have the floor.
I'm happy to speak on this, and I appreciate the chair bringing this forward. So this is the Blue Cross Blue Shield building. It is colloquially known, that is what is colloquially known as. It's 133 Federal Street. So this is a new tenant in District 1, although it's been around for a very long time. It's a beautiful building. It is a lot more nuanced than this building that we're in currently, but it is still the concrete that we see through the urban renewal of the 50s and 60s. I did see this come through the green sheets quite some time ago, and so looked into it and saw that there was a report on this. And so because this particular one has a report, it's fully noticed on boston.gov, I will be voting in the affirmative and support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta. The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
Thanks so much, and thank you to both my colleagues, district colleagues who are pushing for this. We have spoken today. I will be asking for my colleagues to vote in favor of both of these landmark designations. And given that we are in budget season and we've only had 2.5 weeks since this was filed by the Landmarks Commission, and there haven't been many hearing dates open, really haven't had the opportunity to have a hearing. And I want to make sure that we are able to host hearings for the things that really matter. I'm pushing for both of these to be passed and approved today, and thank my colleagues for their support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Durkin. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I do know we are going into budget season, but when there are opportunities for us to have hearings, I think it's important for us to actually have them. Sometimes hearings are scheduled and then they're canceled for various reasons. But I want to make sure that we do our due diligence in this body and have hearings. And if we have to have hearings on Fridays or other days of the week, I think it's important. But I do want to be clear that when there is an issue happening in my district, I would like to have a hearing on it. I do understand Councilor Baker may have had a different approach, but I do want to have a hearing when things are happening in my district, and I'm going to vote in favor of this, but going forward, I'm going to object to anything that happens like that again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Madam Chair, for pulling this out. Super important. I'll be voting in support. I respect your leadership. I think you're doing an amazing job as chair. We don't always agree. We don't have to. Absolutely think that once you've explained yourself the first time, the second time, the third time, at some point we should go to vote. So support you, my dear sister and colleague, and let's move to a vote. Thanks.
Thank you. With that said, the chair seeks suspension and passage of dockets number 0546 and 0547. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, let's do a separate vote. Let's do one vote on docket number 0546. The chair seeks suspension and passage of docket number 0546. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Docket number 0546 has passed. The chair seeks suspension of the rules and passage of docket number 0547. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Thank you. The ayes have it. Docket number 0547 has passed. And apologies, I didn't need to say a suspension of the rules on that one. Is anyone else looking to pull anything from the green sheets? Great. We are now moving on to late files. I've been informed by the clerk that there are 6 late file matters. 5 personnel, and 1 is a consent agenda item. Oh, 1 is a letter of absence. We will now take a vote to add these matters to the agenda. All those in favor of adding the late file matters say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. The late file matters have been added to the agenda. Mr. Clerk, please read the first late file matter into the record.
First late file matter, a letter from Mayor Michelle Wu. Please note that I will be out of town on Monday, April 8th, 2024, from 5 a.m., returning the same day, April 8th, at 10 p.m.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please read the next late file matter into the record. The remaining late file matters, which are personnel orders.
Second late file matter personnel order, Councilor Louisiana, for central staff.
The chair moves for passage of this late file matter. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. This personnel order has been adopted. Mr. Clerk, please read the next late file matter into the record.
Personnel order, Councilor Louisiana, for central staff.
The chair moves for passage of this late file matter. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. The personnel order has been adopted. Mr. Clerk, please read the next late file matter into the record.
Personnel order, Councilor Louisiana, for Councilor Pepin.
The chair moves for passage of this late file matter. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. This personnel order has been adopted. Mr. Clerk, please read the next late file matter into the record.
Personnel order, Councilor Louisiana, for Councilor Pepin.
The chair moves for passage of this late file matter. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. This personnel order has been adopted. Mr. Clerk, please read the next late file matter into the record.
Personnel order, Councilor Louisiana, for Councilor Murphy.
The chair moves for passage of this late file matter. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. This personnel order has been adopted. Mr. Clerk, have we gone through them all?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. We are now moving on.
I want to talk to Councilor Flynn for the reconsideration.
Okay, we are in a brief recess. We are back in session. Councilor Flynn, are you looking to speak on a matter? The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, there was something on the agenda that I was told by the clerk that it was kind of time sensitive. I would like us to revisit it. It's relating to a grant to support the veterans community, and I'd like to ask the clerk if he could provide a little bit more background information on it.
Yeah, it's docket number 0697, that one? Okay. Mr. Clerk, you have the floor.
Thank you, Councilor. Docket number 0697, that's a grant that was awarded to the clerk's office, in particular to the archives. And it's $15,000 from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and the archives has already begun its work with the state to preserve the history of veterans in Massachusetts. So that's why I would ask for reconsideration.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the clerk explained it well. I'm in support. I'd like us to take a vote on it and support that proposal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will now take a vote to pass. Oh, okay. Motion to reconsider sending docket number 0697 to committee and instead taking a vote. Yes. All those in favor, has that motion seconded? Yes. Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Mr. Clerk, please do a roll call vote on the motion to reconsider and those in favor of pulling it, not sending it to committee and taking a vote so that we can vote on this grant.
Roll call vote on docket 0697. Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta. Yes. Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Durkin. Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Absolutely. Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald. Yes. Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn. Yes. Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Louisiana.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiana, yes. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin. Yes. Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana. Yes. Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber. Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0697 has received 12 votes in the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you. Docket number 0697, the grant in the amount of $50,000 for the Veterans Heritage Grant Program has passed. I think, Mr. Clerk, were we on consent orders? Or we had just finished the late files?
Just finished the late.
Okay, and then we have one for the consent agenda? Okay. Mr. Clerk, please read the last late file matter into the record.
The consent agenda.
Okay. We'll be adding this one late file matter to the consent agenda.
Yes.
We are now moving on to the consent agenda. I have been informed by the clerk that there is one addition to the consent agenda. The question now comes on approval of the various matters contained within the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you. The consent agenda has been adopted. We are now on to announcements. Please remember, these are for upcoming dates and events. So if any of my colleagues have any announcements, please put your light on. I also just want to thank, again, all of our schools that came here, all of our student athletes. We didn't have Cathedral girls basketball in the house, but just also want to congratulate them. We wanted to get them, and they were not able to make it. But again, thanks again to all of our student athletes and to everyone's office for all the coordination to make this happen. So thank you again. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandes Anderson. Councilor Fernandes Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This Sunday, as you guys all know, my paternal grandma is Polish, and so Cape Verdeans have a lot of Jewish influence, and I'm one of them. And we're going to be celebrating the Cape Verdean Jewish Seder at the Thelma Burns on Sunday at 2 p.m. So if you guys want to attend, this is where the Jewish community and Cape Verdeans get together and celebrate and exchange like culture or background, but also through the religion, obviously, practices. So it's you come for really delicious food. I can't drink the wine part, but it's super fun because then I get to bring like sparkling wine and pretend I'm drinking wine with them. But just in the exchange and telling the storytelling about our backgrounds and how this Jewish population or our Jewish ancestors got to Cape Verde. It's super interesting and fun. So I would look forward. Shout out to my good friend who I tell him all the time. He's an adopted Carvalho, which is my family name. Joel Shorts, a very good friend of mine, beloved friend of mine. So looking forward to if you guys have time at Thelma Burns this Sunday. Thank you.
Thank you. That sounds like a wonderful tradition. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. First, I'd just like to say thank you to the clerk, Alex. I know we visited the archives together. It's probably over a year ago now. So for just always your activism and all of that. So thank you for that. And also for the parade that you invited us to and the flag raising. That was wonderful. But I do want to stand to congratulate and shout out Martin Walsh, who is the current business manager of Laborers Local 223. He is retiring this Sunday after 52 years and 9 months of his dedicated service to the union. He was in elected office 41 years ago and has been the business manager of Local 223 for 32 years. And Sunday is his last union meeting, so I did just want to rise and thank him for all of his work and commitment. He has made the lives of so many families better because of his advocacy in the union. My family directly, my grandfather, my uncles, my cousins all work in Local 223, so it's just wanted to stand and recognize him for that. Thank you.
Awesome. Wishing him a wonderful retirement. The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
I was at the Friends of the Public Garden annual meeting last night, which was incredible, and Margaret Picorni, who's been taking care of the trees on the Commonwealth Mall since the 70s, very involved with the Neighborhood Association of the Back Bay, involved with anything tree and plant related in the city, an incredible parks advocate, won their award. So just wanted to wish her congratulations and her leadership is really inspiring for me as someone who moved here. Everything that's beautiful about our community and our society and our parks over the course of my tenure have gotten the chance to meet all of the people who really made all of that possible, and she's one of them. So just wanted to congratulate her. And then again for my colleagues, Kenmore Square is going to be activated for Marathon Monday, and next Monday at 1:30 p.m. I'm inviting all of you to come. We're going to have a photo shoot, some cheering from the bleachers, and I'll be sending a more official invitation today, but just wanted to say thank you to those who have confirmed. 1:30 on Marathon Monday in Kenmore Square. It should be quite a scene with a lot of Fenway area nonprofits will be cheering on, and with Sicko activating the area. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Durkin, and I want to also announce our upcoming birthdays. Want to first start off with our very own birthday day today. Clerk, happy birthday. Kroniapola, teaching me more Greek words every day, so happy birthday to you. It's also the birthdays of Isabella Ortega, Anrushi Sahay, Therese Fitzgerald, Wesley Ward, Francis Gonzalez, Candace Morales, and Melissa Beltran. Happy birthday to all of you. It is also the upcoming birthday on Saturday of our very own District 4 City Councilor, Councilor Brian Worrell. So happy early birthday, old man. We are now moving on to memorials. Today, if anyone's looking to speak on anyone who has passed, just turn your light on. I want to remember Felicine Lewis, a 104-year-old resident of Mattapan who recently passed away, and may her memory be a blessing. The chair recognizes Councilor Weber.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to give my deepest condolences to Ruth and Marjorie Kaplan. Their mother, Eleanor Fisher Kaplan, who turned 103 in January, passed away on Saturday. I met Eleanor twice at the Spring House and will never forget her. One of the first things I did when I was elected was getting a resolution on this floor recognizing her birthday in January and her dedication to education. So I hope everyone can join me in closing today's meeting in honor of her. Ms. Kaplan graduated from Boston Girls Latin School in 1938 and Wellesley College in 1942. Ms. Kaplan worked as a Boston public school teacher for 20 years. Her husband, Sumner Kaplan, was a U.S. representative for Brookline. Among the young people who worked on Mr. Sumner's campaign, or Sumner's campaign, was a kid named Michael Dukakis. Dukakis later said if it hadn't been for the Kaplans, he never would have gotten involved in politics. So I want to join the Kaplan family in mourning the passing of Eleanor Fisher Kaplan and for recognizing her contributions to our city. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. I would just like to uplift John O'Brien, a wonderful family man, but also Joan Fucucci, who is the mother-in-law of Larry Calderon, the BPDA president. She spent decades as an educator in BPS and was a wonderful mother and grandmother and mother-in-law, and wanted to just uplift her here as we close today.
Thank you. Today we will adjourn our meeting in memory of the following individuals. On behalf of Councilor Coletta, Patty Caruso, Thomas Linnell. On behalf of Councilor Murphy, John Dennis O'Brien. On behalf of Councilor Pepin, Joanie Francis Edmonds Forcucci. On behalf of Councilor Weber, Eleanor Fisher Kaplan. On behalf of myself, Felicine Lewis. The chair moves that when the council adjourns today, it does so in memory of the aforementioned individuals. The council is scheduled to meet again in the Ionella Chamber on Wednesday, May 1st, 2024 at 12 noon. That means there is no meeting next week or the week thereafter. We'll be having time for hearings, and the clerk's office will be in a training. Thank you to my colleagues, central staff, the clerk and the clerk's office, and the council stenographer. All in favor of adjournment, please say aye. Aye. The council is adjourned.